general all caps hype about it plus a link.
Yeah.
That works.
Hopefully, knock on wood.
Yeah.
I will not have any connection issues.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we've seen the absolute peak of those at episode 5, I think, of the Snatcher playthrough. I don't know what
Yeah.
was going on that day.
Yeah, it got that episode got very busted up. It also happened to me the other day when I was starting the second part of my One Must Fall heavy metal mode playthrough.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know what's up with that. I mean, I always assumed that, like, across the pond, I assumed the internet to be, like, always more reliable.
It's where I am now. It's completely fine until it isn't, and the only time it isn't is honestly OBS is the only software giving me trouble with that right now.
Yeah.
I don't have any other connectivity issues with any other online software, so I don't really know what the issue is.
Maybe Streamlabs is better. I don't know.
I
don't think it's as nuanced.
So I have to start this playthrough off on a sour note, but we'll only go up from here.
Fantastic.
This game was, I believe, originally exclusive to PC, but right. there has since been a PlayStation 5 version, and in just the last couple of months, a new add-on campaign of like 5 levels was added, exclusively for the PS5 version.
Ooh, exclusivity for console versions. I don't know.
Now, Malkin and I don't think that's necessarily the developer's fault. I think Sony probably had something to do with it. Hey, Breezy, welcome to the stream.
Sony does have really deep pockets. I mean, I try to be a man of principle, but if it was like I was with, like, let's say I'm streaming with YouTube or whatever, and then like I also do another stream with Twitch, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll give you like $50,000 if you do a bunch of stuff that you don't do on YouTube. I'd be like, I'm not made of stone.
Hello, Rex.
It might be as simple as that.
Welcome. So yeah, it's not only is there no Xbox version, there are levels that are only in the PlayStation version. I have not played them. I haven't even watched them.
Would they eventually come to PC, do you think? Or
I don't know. It looks like not at present. I'm not happy about it. Most of the player base isn't happy about it. The people who
I don't blame them.
The people who kickstarted this game are especially not happy about it.
Oh, that hadn't occurred to me. Yeah, no, that'd be properly fucked off about that.
I'm prepared to give the developer the benefit of the doubt. And say that that's a Sony move, because that's what it sounds like.
Sony are notoriously shitty. I mean, I buy their hardware because it lasts forever, but I'm not going to say for a second that I'm still a bunch of jerks, because they are.
There wasn't any hint of that business when I bought the game.
No, none of that. But I mean, you get that. I mean, the amount of games I've been playing and enjoying, and even just programs I've been using that now start with, hey, powered by Unity. It's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got 2 modes in this game. We got obviously campaign and we have conquest.
Right.
Project Wingman has no multiplayer. What it has instead is conquest, which is a roguelike mode of territorial conquest, where you play through a series of battles of escalating difficulty and insanity.
Right. Is it like once you're down, you're down, so it's just as far as you can go in the run?
Yes. I've never actually beaten Conquest because you only have 1 life, and it's very easy to say accidentally crash into something in Conquest.
Yeah,
because
it's different in a flight sim.
Because in Conquest there's quite frankly an absurd number of aircraft in any given battle.
Yeah. Good.
But we will not be playing Conquest.
Right.
For me, the big draw is the campaign.
Yeah, because there's a story to this, I understand.
There's quite a bit of story.
Okay.
This Project Wingman takes place on an alternative Earth that the developers refer to as the World on Fire.
Nice.
And I'm not going to say much right away because the game, for the most part, speaks for itself.
I am super devoid of spoilers on this one. There's a few Let's Players that have been playing this, and I've managed to avoid all of it, so I'm very...
I have some pages open on another screen.
Yeah.
With that will help me. What I'm going to do with this playthrough is that I'm going to, as near as possible, show you what the game would be like on a fresh playthrough.
Okay.
So I'm only going to use planes that would be normally available on a given mission in a first time playthrough. And I will go to the files and read you the lore entries as they would normally unlock.
Sounds great. No, sounds good.
If you want to see other things later in the playthrough, that's fine. We could do different difficulties, mutators.
Yeah, sounds good.
There's a fun little Easter egg when we get to a specific mission later in the game, and I will be playing. I will do that, and we'll get to that.
Right.
Hopefully, we'll get that tonight. If we don't, it will
we'll see how we go.
Almost certainly be in the next stream.
My hard cutoff is in about 6 or 7 hours from now. If we go that long. My next cutoff point is there's a chicken restaurant which the wife and I are uncommon fond that we decided we're going to buy a whole chicken from today. That's our current existing plan. We already did all the business stuff.
I will not get in the way of your chicken.
Yeah, and it's open until like 10 or something tonight, so I think we're good. Yeah.
So I'm going to hit new campaign, and I'm going to pick normal. I have beaten this game. I have beaten this game on mercenary. It is difficult but doable. Now in my defense, I used one of the post-game super planes.
Oh, sure, but
yeah,
I mean,
and with none of the mutators.
I think that's what the high difficulty is for.
Let's go over the mutators because they're a laugh and a half. Sure. We have glass cannon. Enemies take 2.5 times more damage, but you take 5 times more.
Oh wow!
Budget cuts. Everybody takes 2.5 times more damage. You have less ammo and worse handling.
Amazing. you get Australian planes secondhand.
Gunrunner. You only have guns, but you have 3 times the gun ammo.
I would lean towards that one side on the scene.
Camouflage. Enemy planes no longer appear on radar unless you target them directly.
That's hosed. I would hate that.
Cordium interference. Radar only shows the direction of the enemy and not their exact position.
I don't mind that. That's very Metal Gear Solid 3.
Base training. And all the enemies are tougher.
Doesn't sound fun.
Double time. Twice the number of enemy planes.
I like that because I'm a bad shot, so I want to increase my odds.
With double time on, it becomes about not running out of ammo. Yeah.
Right. Can you take that and more guns, or you can only take one at a time?
You can enable as many mutators as you wish.
Hell yes.
Botched requisition. Enemy fighters spawn with an additional random lethal attachment.
That sounds hilarious.
This includes railguns.
Okay, railguns. Oh.
Speed demon. You can only go fast.
Okay, these are hilarious. These are sort of like these people get mutations.
Yeah.
There's like there's a bunch of cheats and modifiers that you see in games these days, and it's just like, oh, you're strong, you're fast, you're invulnerable. The older Saints Row games and some of the old wrestling games and some of the old GTA games got that it was hilarious if you had like one punch that could like send a car flying, or all the pedestrians attacked you and you still have to try and play the game.
Oh yeah, like picking Heston World difficulty in Postal 2.
Exactly. Yes. Or cars floating off into the sky when you crash into them instead of just crashing normally. These people get it.
Here we go.
Excellent.
Generations ago, a global cataclysmic event scorched the world whole. Newly exposed and volatile material combined with an earth-shattering tectonic collapse, dismantling civilization whole. The world order was destroyed. History as we know it changed forever. But from the ashes, a new era began. Hundreds of years have passed. Humanity is now in the time known as After Calamity.
AC, I can dig it.
Yep. 4:32 AC, January 9th.
good date to pick.
We are Hitman 1, call sign Monarch.
That's a cool.
Yeah.
As a Venture Brothers fan, I approve of that call sign. Perfect. No notes.
Welcome to the Creole Republic.
Oh.
Our contract
cool.
with this backwater place is just about to come to an end. And, well, thank God. I don't mind a tropical vacation every once in a while, but it's not very glamorous, considering we're here to work. Anyway, one last thing before the defense minister releases our contract, and we move on to bigger and better. Hitman team, you haven't gotten all that much airtime this deployment, so you're taking point with this operation.
We have confirmed the location of the Burlock Privateer headquarters off the coast on the southwestern edge of the Jesta Island chain. They're a mercenary group like us who unfortunately have turned to outright piracy. According to surveillance data, we have determined that they are the culprit of the recent high-profile hijacking of the Federation-registered cargo ship May Lynx. The May Lynx is supposedly carrying volatile cargo belonging to the Federation's Department of Global Energy and Sustainability Office. Nothing specific from the Federation contact about the cargo, however, our orders are to retrieve it if possible, or to neutralize it if we can't. Attempts to negotiate for it have turned up with nothing, so we're going in. Hitman team, you are to approach the island from the south along with support and establish control over the area. Your objective is to eliminate any surrounding anti-air and resistance on the island. After that, secure an LZ for our operator group Ronin to ascertain the cargo. Once Ronin lands, maintain air superiority until the next stage of the operation is determined. Be aware that the Burlocks have other Merc pilots on tap, so enemy reinforcements could be a factor.
Normally, we'd stay out of contact with any Federation-adjacent taskings. But this is the last thing we need to do for our current contract, so I'll let it slide. 2 birds with 1 stone. Easy enough, right? Now get to work. Dismissed.
Okay, first thoughts. The map reminds me of TIE Fighter, which I love.
Yep.
The map also, bizarrely, it looks a lot like a hobby cutting mat. You know,
I can, yeah, I can see that.
It's like, I get that it makes sense because I mean a grid's a grid, but the specific coloring it's a lot like the one I'm looking right at right now. My last thought is, with a lot of voice actors, even if you don't recognize them, you can tell that they're brought into an approximation because that guy, I know it's not because I mean I looked at the cast list. He's doing a pretty respectable Neil Ross impersonation.
Huh.
That's not bad.
Remind me who Neil Ross voices again.
There's a pretty big list there. Okay, when it comes to like narration, he okay, just forgotten the guy whose shoes he filled, but I mean he's a bunch of Transformers. He's like
okay,
Springer.
yeah.
He's
Springer.
Bone
Okay,
Crusher.
that
Yeah,
helps.
Yeah. But he's also like Colonel Volgan.
Volgan. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Bizarrely, he's also Volturo from fucking Harvey Burton. So,
huh.
You can count on him for a lot.
This screen is also very similar to the briefing screen you would see in the Ace Combat series.
I believe that.
Which is, this game has Ace Combat in its blood. It is.
I guess it's like a love letter to it or something.
It
right?
is. This is Ace. Yeah. This is a new Ace Combat, in the way that Overload was a new Descent, in the way that there's lots of examples of this, and I always blank on more of them when I put on the spot.
Like Celico looks like it's going to be a new Fear.
Yeah, or how Dusk is like an improvement on Quake.
Yes, yeah.
But
like you're not, I don't always count on the big companies anymore, but the little guys having an easier time.
But this is, this runs closer than that. Project Wingman is as close to Ace Combat as you get outside of that series.
Any alumni?
Not that I know of.
Oh, they're doing an incredible job.
Yeah, Project Wingman has very good presentation. Like, it's a AA game at best, but it has AAA like aesthetics.
I was gonna say, you can tell that they're cutting corners, but it's not in the way that I care about. I mean, a AAA game probably would have had the briefing being done with like an animated guy standing in front of a map and like a crowd of animated people. I can't stress enough how little I'd give a shit about that in a game.
Yeah.
So, is this where the cutting corner's good? Fine.
I guess so, Rex. I don't have much experience with Pathfinder.
I've played it once. If it's the same Pathfinder, right?
I presume.
Yeah.
If we're speaking about a game called Pathfinder with respect to D&D, I would assume that it's that Pathfinder.
That's what I would say. Yeah. It's very, very well regarded by the community, at least as much as anything that's associated with D&D or nebulously can be at this exact moment. But it's respected for being complicated.
So here we have the pre-mission menu. We can start, go back to the briefing, view lore files, change settings, change difficulty. Now, no file.
Makes me really want Pinned Pineapple.
No files are available initially, so we're going to be heading
Right.
straight into it.
Oh, I like that. That's cool.
And only 3 planes are initially available, and one of them would normally cost money, which you would not have at this point. So your choice starting out would be these 2 trainer planes. And
Okay.
the T-21 here does not even have proper bombs. It drops empty fuel tanks as ordnance.
Well, I mean,
at
they
least
used to drop rocks, so...
Yeah. So we're at least going to take the more potent of these 2 trainer planes. Which,
cool.
I believe from the look, is a take on the American F-4 Phantom, which has the
I believe that.
which has the dubious distinction of being the plane we used to firebomb Southeast Asia in the 70s.
Oh, incredible.
It's mostly American planes in this. There are some Russians. And
Yeah.
I think they probably snuck the a Eurofighter in there somewhere.
I don't know, I think America and Russia are the ones that are more known for making... I mean, Australia doesn't make a whole lot of its own fighter jets because it doesn't really come up with the sort of warfare we do. Chances are, if we're going overseas, we're probably using someone else's jets anyways. They're short-range fighters.
I know for the most part in Ace Combat, it's largely American and Russian planes. And then you'll have like a Dassault plane, like French, and a few outliers like that. So we're going to take the TF4 trainer.
In
And
terms of home defense from enemies, most of Australia's work has been done in the oceans, unsurprisingly.
oh yeah,
Like
Rex
submarine nets and world-class submarines, supposedly.
raises a fair point. On the side of this plane here, you have the emblem of our group, the Sicario mercenary group. That's that yellow sun there. But
Right.
on the tail wing is Monarch's personal insignia.
Oh,
Note its resemblance to both a butterfly and a crown.
and it's yellow and black too, man.
Well, the planes
I
come in
mean,
different colors, but the Sicario logo
all
is always
fairness,
yellow and black.
Devoid of Venture Brothers, it does always mean both, but I'm gonna say that's a thing.
Our
Very specific type of crown too.
our wingmen also have their own emblems, but it's difficult to see them in a mission.
Yeah, I believe that. They've been moving kind of fast.
So our only choice for sub-weapon is unguided bombs. And we may not even need them in this mission. The standard missiles
That's the first one. So.
may be enough. Yep.
See, I don't know enough about jets, so I'm just going with whichever transformer they look the most like. So at the moment, for me, you are piloting Skydive.
Huh. The Skydive looks like a Phantom.
A little bit.
And
The aerial bots were tricky because they were really like boxy because they were a combiner. So very few of them look like what they're meant to.
Right. Note our only module selection is flares. Later on,
Right.
some of the planes have access to an alternative defensive unit called the AOA module, which I actually never used in my mercenary run, but I'm going to try it in this playthrough for funsies. Because
I figure out what it stands for.
Because it allows you to perform the kind of ridiculous nickel turn direction switches that the AI can do.
Oh, well then.
And So it's a more skill-oriented defensive module. Because
No, I like the sound of that.
the flares simply just operate on a cooldown. Like if there's missiles coming, you just pop the flares and they lose their lock. And you'll have to do that often. But let's get into it.
I did wonder about that. Do you have chaff in this game? I always like.
No, there's no chaff, only flares.
Yeah. Yeah. Still glad we have flares.
So we've got longitude and latitude, our location, and I believe the time in military time or 24-hour time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, Black Flag.
Here we go.
TV, party tonight.
Control systems aircraft Galaxy. Hitman team, get on the clock.
There's our man Galaxy.
Nice.
Hitman 2, copy you clear, Galaxy. You gotta let us loose. Just about, Diplomat. Hitman 1, take your flight on this vector until you start to see targets on the
Diplomat's not an amazing call sign, but it's the fact that it's not amazing sort of makes it more respectable.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, everyone loves Prez.
Everyone
that by osmosis.
loves Prez.
Yeah.
She's our girl in the back, our weapons systems officer.
Rack 'em up and knock 'em down.
And fans of Prez, I'll let them talk. There's a lot of dialogue in this game. Like a
I
lot.
understand.
So,
So it's third person, so I'm already caught off guard.
well, you can switch. You can have interior. You can have a first-person view, or with the interior of the plane.
Ooh. I admit there's less visibility, but dang,
Yeah, the visibility in this plane is not great.
it's pretty bad. It's actually
Some
pretty
of them,
bad.
some of them are worse than others. So, fans of Prez in the audience will be pleased to know that I am using a single mod in this playthrough, which turns every plane into a two-seater. We will always have Prez with us, even in planes where you normally would not.
That's incredible.
Prez is with us for the long haul, which is fun because she's a fun character, and Monarch never actually speaks, in the vein of the Ace Combat protagonists.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say I know very little about Ace Combat as well.
Yeah.
I think I played the very first one, and to give you an idea of how unsure I am of this, I feel like it was on the PlayStation 1, but even then I'm not sure.
The earliest Ace Combats were on PS1.
Right. There you go.
3 of them, in fact.
I think it's probably one of those ones I rented from Movieland, just for a little bit. But I had a buddy who worked at Movieland, so he might have just brought it down for like one night. I probably died a bunch and then thought, it's not for me.
Yeah. I didn't
'Cause I was 11.
I actually played Ace Combat 5 first, and the first time I ever played it, I wasn't into it. I bought this game about, I want to say a year and a half, 2 years ago, because I got it as something so that I would have something to play when my VR headset arrived.
Oh, hell yeah.
And what ended up happening was I wound up enjoying this game so much that I finished it before my headset arrived.
There you go.
And to date, I have not done a VR playthrough of this.
Positive tone.
You get motion sick? Seems like it would be bad for that.
No. But I do have to wear glasses inside of the VR headset, and they fog up, and it's a little awkward.
That's not a guess. I agree. I got a buddy who didn't think he got motion sickness, but every time he plays HROT, it made him throw up. So,
Now,
enough for that guy. Not sure what's after that.
these pirates we're fighting are not especially well armed. Some among their defenses are armed pontoon seaplanes, like
Okay,
as in prop-driven.
Not competitive in your situation.
No, even in a trainer plane, they are outmatched.
I kind of feel like they brought a knife to a missile.
That will not last.
I see. You got to ease you into it.
We've got a cold open here, the end of Sicario's previous contract, before we get into the meat of the plot.
Oh, that's cool. I quite like cold opens.
Yeah.
Ground unit destroyed.
Yeah, these
Okay.
we won't be seeing any more of these pirates after this mission.
I want to say, I heard someone talking about it the other day, and although I haven't played that many games where this happens, I agree. is that a lot of games these days, the first mission is just the main character running away from something.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, like you're just screwed. You're just like, oh, yeah, like the first mission is just always you like staggering or hurt or getting away. It's like Metal Gear Solid sort of did it with Metal Gear Solid 5, and then everyone's like, this is amazing. We got to do that. I know. I'll take a cold open over that. I really will.
Yeah. Taking a little flack here. It's all right.
Yeah.
The main thing is avoiding missiles. Those really hurt.
As they should, I suppose. It's probably my bias showing a little bit because I mean, like I'm like if I could own every console, I probably would just out of curiosity. Although I've never owned a Microsoft. Nothing against it, just never got around to that. But like when it comes to certain types of game, like say a game like this, if it's on a console or on the PC, absolutely playing on the PC. Like to
Absolutely, no
me, part
question.
of the flight sim is, you know, all the different buttons you have that respond to the different buttons in your jet. Like, oh, I've got to adjust pressure, reduce ballast, deploy chaff, that sort of thing. And in my case, I mean, when they re-released TIE Fighter, I bought a joystick just for that. With all the specialized buttons, so you can adjust your thrust from the joystick, so you can almost use the joystick to play.
That would definitely be the game to go and buy a joystick for.
Right, because like I don't know, there probably is joystick peripherals for consoles, probably. But to me, like I'm always playing PC games like closer as well. Like to me, the console is almost the sit back and luxuriate thing. It's not an intense first-person experience. And for me, the console, that's like it shines for fighting games or honestly even casual games. Like I don't think I'd bother playing Animal Crossing on the PC, whereas like playing it on Switch is dead. I don't think I'd ever bother.
So here come the actual jet aircraft.
I was wondering when the threats were going to show up.
Yes, they have showed up.
Okay. They're slightly harder to track. I like
Yes.
the directional thing.
Yes,
Back then it's like a 3D arrow. That's really cool.
very helpful.
Yeah.
And you can actually look around if you physically want to see where they're at.
Nice.
I use that sparingly. I prefer to look where I'm going.
Yeah, absolutely. It would probably come up more in cockpit, but I think cockpit view would just be, like maybe more realistic, more fun. Depends on the jet. Nice. That is super satisfying. It is always satisfying when that happens. I love a lock-on.
Yeah.
I remember enjoying Wing Commander, but I couldn't tell you anything about the game except that your best friend is a giant cat man called Holmes.
Wait, I've never actually played Wing Commander.
I played Wing Commander 3 because it was in that glorious era of FMV cutscenes, and the main character is Mark Hamill. His boss is Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah,
And
I've seen the pictures.
Yeah, and I remember like loving the game, and I got pretty far in it. I don't think I was cheating. Yeah, no, it was cool, I think. It was like at a friend's place, and they were playing a huge amount of Warcraft, and I was playing a huge amount of Wing Commander. These are world-class explosions. I like the extra glowing effect.
Yeah. Oh, if you like the
really adds to the embers.
If you like the glow, you're gonna love some of the later levels.
Oh, excellent.
That is a good point, Rex.
Looks like some sort of chromium containment chamber. Reading says it's unstable. That bodes well.
Yeah, I'd say that's true. Having capable wingmen would be such a curveball. Because I mean, like, I love the TIE fighter games, but depending on what sort of craft you had, like if you were in standard TIE fighters, your wingmen were hopeless. And I realize that TIE fighters are meant to be fodder, but it's setting you against proper opponents in that game.
Copy that. Exfiltrate. You heard that, Monarch? Highlighting a new target on your IFF. Only when they're out.
I will say silent protagonist works, but it makes it seem like either he hasn't hit the button on his communicator or he's like really stubborn. People talk to him all the time and he says nothing back.
Yeah, it's true.
There's different reasons for different things. Like there's this ongoing theory that Chell from Portal is meant to be mute, but word of God is that she's just not giving anyone the satisfaction by speaking back to them.
That is really funny.
She's just meant to be defiantly saying nothing to everything going around her, which I actually kind of like. That sort of makes sense.
All right. Our Federation contact has told us that no one is allowed to have this cargo.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to take it out.
No one means right. Not even you, so
Target down.
it's toast.
Watch the birdie.
Oh! Okay, so when they say no one's allowed to have it,
That is what happens when cordium goes off.
okay.
Objectives complete, Hitman. RTB at your leisure. Think the water's still alright? We still got sunshine by the time we RTB. Just drop out and become a server or something, you bum. Oh yeah, me, you, and Flight Lead here just running a little beach ball on a gentrified resort built from our blood money. Sound good, Monarch? Hold that thought. We've got inbound from due north. Same bearing as before. Fighters approaching the flight to your direct south. Flash ident or we will flag you as hostiles. Easy.
I realize orders are orders, but if I saw an explosion that size, I wouldn't fly towards it.
You hired by those mercs in the fort, bud? Past tense now, because we got no beef with you. It's your business. I'm sure you guys understand. Put me on, Galaxy. This is Assassin 1, call sign Kaiser. I'm the leader of the Cascadia Mercenary Corps. We do understand your situation. Sorry about losing your revenue stream, gentlemen. But you know how this business goes. Don't sweat it. We're about to break off and go west anyway, towards Cascadia. Cascadia? Yeah, and you heard. Civil war against the Federation.
Oh god, someone's called themselves Goose? Horrible idea. Never call yourself Goose. Holy hell.
I need a job. Master Goose 1, out. You see, that's a team name that sounds fun to have. Right, boss? Boss? Civil War in Cascadia. Interesting.
I'm trying going through this. You got Mad Max Goose, not dead, but not in a good way. You got Top Gun Goose,
Very dead.
Yeah, very dead. Rollerball Goose, pretty sure.
No one
dead.
objects, and your contract with Sicario is still in effect.
I just don't think Goose is a good idea.
I looked a little into the Cascadian situation.
I mean, technically the one in Mad Max isn't dead, but he's raw.
So with that, our current contract is concluded, and it's time to head
Right.
west.
And you made a cool 8,000. Well, I guess it's an expensive business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do actually get points for enemies your allies take out, but they're worth a lot less.
Still kind of cool that that's even a
Sicario is
thing.
moving west, ladies
Because, I
and
mean,
gents.
it's a test I did,
Information coming out of the
again,
country has been
in TIE
spotty,
Fighter,
but
where I set
let's just
myself
say there's
to
a demand
invulnerable
people
for a
on that
mission,
degree.
and then saw if given enough
Nation's been
time,
eyeing a
my
takeover of Cascadia's
wingman
resources for
could
years.
take out the targets.
And it
Nope.
seems the Cascadians weren't
Nope,
going to
don't
take
do
it
it.
lying down.
I literally just set him and forget him.
Leaked out. For those of you who don't know, Cascadia is a nation
40
on
minutes
North
later.
America's western seaboard, one of the largest on Earth, and one of the most prosperous due to its abundant natural resources and geothermal energy deposits. I've never been, but I hear it's beautiful. A country with limitless energy at its fingertips. I know some of us who were born out here in the periphery can't even imagine it, but I'm sure this hits closer to home for some of you. Moving along. There's a communications blackout both in and out of the country. And as far as the international news goes, nothing is going on except a few riots. Based on the mercenary networks, however, that is a complete lie. A full-blown conflict is proceeding. We've reached out and were given a rendezvous by a Cascadian group called the Independence Force, the main anti-Federation group recognized by the national government. I presume the Federation has the borders on lockdown to stop people like us from coming in, so stay on our toes. If we get found out by a patrol, we'll send one of our flights off to take care of them.
Sicario is moving northwest towards a rendezvous point set by Cascadia's Independence Force. We don't expect any heavy resistance given our route of ingress. However, each of our fighter groups will be pulling shifts to preserve fuel and ammo. Hitman team, you will be responsible for the last leg of the journey, which will take us over into Cascadia proper. Be prepared to intercept border patrols.
I know some of you might not be too enthused to be fighting the Federation, so I invite you to leave with what you have of your contract. You'd only slow us down.
Well, you are a mercenary group.
Yep.
I want to say that I don't know if I was setting up a group that I'd give them the initialism IF, because that's like if.
Yeah.
It sounds really uncertain.
So, let's read some lore.
Yeah.
Let's see. What becomes available after Mission 1? First off, the Creole Republic.
Okay.
A periphery nation which sustains itself as a port of call in the Atlantic. It has recently seen fit to pursue association status with the Federation, hoping that their protection would stymie the ever-present pirate and privateer threat which exists off its coasts. If it vasalizes, the Creole Republic would be the Federation's first Atlantic state. Nations of their size make up the majority of world governments.
Right. It feels a little Infinity-ish, but only a little.
Infinity-ish?
Yeah, the newly formed republics and states that are similar to stuff we know, but just sufficiently different. Infinity does a lot of that.
Yeah, it's sort of like... Now, in Ace Combat's Earth doesn't even look like our Earth. The continents are different. It's more like a Final Fantasy game.
That's
and
wise.
They call their world Strange Real because, it's like our world, but different. And the world of Ace Combat lacks a large amount of like nuclear fissionable materials in its upper crust.
Right.
So in their world, the nukes are considerably rarer. And also, their world suffered a catastrophic asteroid impact, which spurred the development of alternative superweapon systems for the purpose of repelling future asteroid impacts.
I like that. That's some good alternate history.
But in this world, we had essentially what happened in this world is that the hypothesized Yellowstone supervolcano came to be. The entire ring of fire lit up at once and violently just destroyed everything, as you saw about 430 years before this game takes place.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Burlock Privateers were a pay-to-play privateer group which made money by extracting taxes out of passing ships at the threat of kidnapping and piracy.
Isn't that just robbing? Extracting taxes.
Stationed at a now abandoned offshore resort, the Burlock's sustained notoriety was to be their downfall. Like many criminal groups facing off against militant mercenaries like Sicario, groups like them are not unfamiliar in this world, if not common, along the periphery.
Mm-hmm. So those are the guys you just absolutely said.
Bodied, yes.
Yeah.
Sicario, that's us. A mid-sized mercenary unit with a skew toward aerial operations, Sicario is comprised of 3 combat jet wings with supporting ground force, electronic warfare, and logistical elements. Compared to most units of its size, turnover is very low, hinting towards Sicario's veterancy compared to their peers. Operating away from the influence of political superpowers in the periphery, Sicario is constantly searching for an undefinable big break, cutting a swath through defense jobs and strategic strikes for cash. It is unknown who or how Sicario was made. However, Kaiser's ownership of Sicario comes after several prior disastrous contracts in years past.
So it's a mid-sized company, but they managed to hold on to their staff, but they're not getting any bigger. Right.
A note about mercenaries in general. Guns for hire, fighters without a cause, and soldiers without borders. And private soldiers throughout the world are common, if not on the decline, due to pressure from the current political superpowers. Available to nations in the periphery as a stand-in for their own militaries, or hired for more non-governmental affairs such as territory raiding or bounty hunting. The mercenaries range from common soldiers to electronic warfare specialists, all in it for the bottom line.
Yeah, it's one of those things where somehow if you call if you play as a hitman, it's like, oh, you're playing as a hitman, you're playing as a bad guy. But if you play as like a group of hitmen and call them mercenaries, suddenly, I can dig that.
Yeah.
It gets everyone on board. I'm not a murderer, I'm a group of murderers.
And here we have what we just caused, the Maylinks incident. The Federation, the Federation Department of Global Energy and Sustainability Office report that the Maylinks was lost with all hands following the mishandling of cargo by private contractors. Images attached of detonation area.
Are those people on board?
Presumably Burlock pirates, since they stole that ship.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And the Federation decided that they should go boom for stealing their ship, so.
I mean, that's slightly Megatron thinking, but it worked.
We'll be learning a bit more about the Federation in the missions to come.
Oh yeah, no, guys called the Federation are always the good guys.
After Calamity Era 1. Yeah. After the long cold and the reestablishment of formal international communications, the surviving nations of the world organized and currently maintain a base 0 year for the continuing development of the human race. In this period, named after Calamity, established its year 0 after determinations that mankind has resumed its developmental path unaffected by the Calamity. The average citizen of this world lives a comfortable, safe life, ranging from metropolitan to rural, typically with little discomfort originating from the natural world.
So what they're basically saying is disaster, but business as usual for most people.
For most people.
Yeah, you, me, them, we're not in fighter jets. We live a normal life. We don't, grow extra limbs or have to get cold or something.
Yeah. Cordium. This is the green rocks, the unobtainium, the Minovsky particle of this setting.
Indeed.
A crystallized combination of dielectric materials, native metals, and still yet to be understood anomalous compositions churned up in the crucible that is the deep earth mantle. Cordium is one of the most crucial energy resources in the AC era. Cordium was properly studied only when humanity returned to its pre-calamity developmental level. Stories during the immediate post-apocalypse filled with stories of dangerously reactive rocks and formations, single-handedly powering abandoned facilities in proximity that survived the immediate disasters as if haunted by powers beyond understanding.
Right. So on a different timeline in 1998, that's what Gordon Freeman pushed into the bloody test chamber. Basically.
The Jest Island chain. What's that under? World entries. It's all the way at the bottom. Situated off the coast of the Creole Republic, this island chain's prospective economic developments throughout the decades have been usurped by pirates recently. But we helped out with that.
Sense. Yeah.
Pilot entries.
Oh, nice.
Hitman 1. Wait, no, Hitman 2 we're reading about. I don't think you actually get Monarch's profile until after you finish the game.
Makes sense.
Son to a Cascadian political dynasty, Diplomat has elevated himself from underperforming middle child to well-rounded pilot after eloping from the Federation Air Academy and striking out on his own in the periphery. Having survived long enough in Sicario to be Hitman's number 2, his homebrew flight style and generally amiable personality has served him well in the cutthroat world of mercenary piloting. Despite his record, however, it is known that Diplomat doesn't do well when he's in over his head. This call sign is a jab at his somewhat privileged upbringings, which he vehemently denies any association to currently. Hitman 3, comic. Born into a family of immigrant workers from a lesser-developed North American state, after moving into Cascadia's Pacific Northwest, the woman that would become Hitman 3 aspired to greatness beyond her rural lifestyle. Scoring top marks in the Federation Air Academy, she was fast-tracked to Squadron Commander in Cascadia's National Guard. Unfortunately, she was removed from her command after an operation gone wrong, disappearing into the periphery disgraced. She now is in the service of Sicario and Hitman team. Her call sign is a vestige of a former personality, one that was, allegedly, a little more funny.
Right. So this is like how there's always someone called Joker, so they're doing a bit of a switch up there. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Because there is always a Joker.
There is always a Joker. Yeah, Rex, figures. A super volcano might explode, but we're still expected to go to work.
Nothing stops the work. We know this now.
Here's our boss, Assassin 1, Kaiser. Little is known outright about Kaiser. However, it is known that he used to be part of the military of a now failed nation state, and that Sicario pre-existed his own entry into the unit. What is known about Kaiser is that his form of charisma is derived from very essence as a self-proclaimed war hero to be. Many in Sicario often consider his leadership of Sicario as a way of him searching for glory. Despite this fanciful claim, Sicario has operated effectively and cleanly, avoiding the ire of the Federation while taking on jobs away from the world's superpowers. Never one to back down from a show, he entertains.
Okay, this is weirdly important to me, but when I heard the name said, I really quickly checked how it was spelled. Does that make sense?
Which name?
One's the name Kaiser.
Oh yeah, Kaiser.
I know it's Kaiser and Kaiser, but when I heard it, I was like, oh, that better be with a K. I realized, there's like Kaiser Wilhelm wasn't great either, but still.
Here's our operator, AWACS Galaxy.
Nice.
A rarity even amongst smaller national militaries, AWACS Galaxy is the call sign for Sicario's main operator. Outspoken, loud, proud, and a foil to Kaiser's bombast, Galaxy was himself a former radio engineer and DJ. However, several bad decisions and a binding contract has attached his fate to Kaiser now. Unfortunately, Kaiser has realized that Galaxy is stuck with him as opposed to the other way around, and the operator has found himself Sicario's de facto second in command. Existing outside of the usual prior military training that AWACS operators usually come from, he is initially grading for former surface pilots, but his straight-to-the-point, if not colorful updates, keep Sicario well ahead of the enemy.
Nice. Oh, good job, him.
Yeah. Here's Prez, the other Hitman 1, Monarch's occasional co-pilot. Its claim to fame is that she is able to keep up with Monarch. Responsible for taking shots that Monarch calls while in aircraft that necessitate two pilots, she is, if anything, just the slightest more talkative than Monarch, and is a welcome addition among Hitman 2 and 3.
I'd agree with that already.
The boys who relate to the party, Master Goose Squadron. An independent freelance mercenary squadron. Records from public sources denote a respectable combat record, if not plain, compared to Sicario.
Right.
And then we have
The whole squadron's called Goose.
Master Goose.
They're calling themselves the Goose Squadron.
Yes. Master Goose Squadron.
Okay. Dead Meat Incorporated. Nice work, guys.
Here we have
They can buck the trend.
Here we have Sicario's Ground Pounders. Special Operations Group Ronin is a subsection of Sicario's ground force, special forces soldiers that act in concert with Sicario's assets. Their arrival with Sicario in the Cascadian conflict has provided the Independence Force with a search and rescue unit meant to relieve embattled divisions behind enemy lines. They swear themselves to Kaiser for reasons unelaborated on by them.
Okay. I just occurred to me, like, for all that I was talking shit about it earlier, props to the mercenary company for literally calling their groups Hitman and Ronin. That is refreshingly devoid of pretension.
Yeah.
Like, yes, we kill people for money. End of story.
Hitman team in general. Sicario's Point Squadron, they are, in their current iteration, a three-man flight. No nonsense, results getting, and able to duke it out with even the most seasoned fighters. Their existence in the mercenary world is considered a fluke. Their relative closeness when compared to the rest of their mercenary compatriots in Sicario is also of note. Some speculate this is from their shared experience as Sicario's only Cascadians. Further speculate that Hitman is searching for something in their mercenary travels. Hitman denies to comment on any of these claims. And that is it for the initially available lore after Mission 1.
That's cool, though. I like that they're already setting up that things aren't open and shut. They're not hinting that you're going to be betrayed, but they're hinting that you're going to learn a thing or two, I think.
Aside from Hitman Team and Rex raises a good point. Aside from Hitman Team and Special Operations Group Ronin, you also have Assassin Team, Kaiser Squadron, and a backup squadron called Gunsel Squadron.
Okay, fair enough.
Gunsel Squadron doesn't do much. They're like they're the bench warmers.
Yeah. Every group needs those.
Let's see. So we saw the briefing for Mission 2, and now we are going to head west.
Excellent.
But the Federation has something to say about that since they've closed the borders into Cascadia.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but you're on a jet. Fuck their borders.
Yep.
What are they gonna do?
Probably shoot at us.
Okay, I thought they were gonna chase you with a really big butterfly net. They probably have a better idea.
So, now that mission 1 is done, we would have access to the non-trainer version of the F4 Phantom,
Oh, good.
which has a few more sub-weapon options.
Mm.
Let's see. We can take some. Let's see. Probably want anti-air for this.
Yeah.
Multi-lock missiles are. Ooh, wait a minute. If this is the mission I think it is, the multi-locks may not be that useful.
Oh, that high-impact submachine gun? I'm trying to figure out what HIS.
High-impact standard missiles.
Oh, okay. Even better.
I believe this means we can take an additional complement of standard missiles, which is useful.
Oh. Yes.
The bombs are pretty much worthless in this level, if I remember correctly.
You'll be mostly dogfighting, I'd have thought.
There are 1 or 2 dedicated ground attack planes in this game. I will show you at least one of them, because it has a very useful multi-lock-on air-to-ground missile system.
Nice.
Which is useful for hunting down all those little piddly tanks that are milling around down there.
Yeah, there'll be that too. That just occurred to me. The spear is nice, but it tastes like there's soup stock in it. I mean, I don't mind that, but...
I really like the music in the previous mission. I believe it's called Bankrupt Sea.
Oh.
Every track has a name. Pretty much, virtually every track on the soundtrack for this game is a banger, but some of them will stand out.
Well, it's just so far, I've just been enjoying the music without it being obtrusive. So, I mean, that's good. I'd like to think I could be able to sit down and listen to it later, and I'll probably actually be really into it.
Away we go.
I was watching a game the other day.
Oh yeah, that's sorry, Rex raises a good point. Sicario literally just means hitman in Spanish.
Does it?
Yeah.
I bet if people knew that, then some of the twists and turns in Skyrim wouldn't have surprised them so much. I did not know that. That's a cool name, though.
I didn't know. You were saying.
Shit. It'll come back to me.
Sorry, I made you lose the thought.
No,
Rex,
okay.
Rex, I was not aware that the semi-active missiles had been nerfed in comparison to Ace Combat. That makes sense in retrospect. Now, if I remember correctly, there are civilian transport, like airliners, in this level that I have to avoid shooting.
That makes sense. Why would they be here, though? I thought these guys were closed off wherever. Or is it like an internal threat?
Because the public doesn't know there's a war on.
Oh, see, that's why it's important for the public to know.
Yeah.
Have a quiet word to the pilots. You know, so they take an alternative route. Oh yeah, that was it. There was just a game that I was watching someone play the other day. For reasons I couldn't figure out, I don't know if it was part of the soundtrack or part of the game. I watched about 3 hours of the game footage because it just had it on in the background. There's like a fire alarm sound going on through the entire game.
That's an important feature I forgot about. If you hold down the target button, your camera will temporarily lock on to your selected target.
Oh, that's amazing. That's a really good feature. More on that.
Looks like it's true. This information is within spray Cascadia. When we crossed into other Federation states illegally, they didn't dare open fire on us like this. They're expecting freelancers and smugglers, not an actual fighting group. What gives?
That was so cool. That pivoting a jet so that a missile zooms past you is like always awesome.
Yeah.
So organic.
Not that one.
But
that one's behind me. sure I'm not flying into the ground.
Yeah. I will say that's why I had a lot of time with space shooters. Hitting the ground was really difficult.
Yeah. Can't hit it if it ain't there.
Pretty much. There's a lot of Star Destroyers around, but...
Oh, yeah. I always thought the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games were interesting for the mechanic of... Like, if you flew too close to the engines of a capital ship, you would take damage
Yes.
from the engine wash.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of neat. There was some fun, very specific mechanics in it that you can't really apply to a lot of on-fly games. Like, once you had a craft that actually had shields, you had to, like, adjust your power settings. Like, okay, take it out of the thrusters.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
The shields forward. Yeah. But, you know, in a TIE Fighter, you don't have any shields because they're trying
Nope.
to save money, I guess. They're mass-produced, so...
Yep.
Oh, boy. I think they're making a point about the Empire being cheap because their reach is so far, but, like, when you go against an X-Wing and a TIE Fighter, you feel fucked. You're like, hey, I feel like the underdog here. How am
Yeah.
I not the plucky underdog?
Which I guess is why they developed the assault gunboats and the TIE Defenders.
Yes. The assault gunboat, I admit, wasn't my favorite. Played that all the time.
I always liked how that looked. Like, it's so distinct from any of the TIE series.
Yeah, it's like a miniature lambda shuttle, almost, but with
Yeah.
thrusters, which I dig.
As you can see, the lock-on for the standard missiles is not foolproof. The best
Indeed.
time to launch a missile is when the enemy craft is traveling parallel to you, away from you.
Yeah.
If they veer away,
lot of-
your missile will very likely miss.
I think it's important it's not too good because that can benefit you as well. There have been some games I've played that once you get a missile lock on you, you may as well just take your hands off the controller and go, well, that's me. So,
You'll notice I have a generous supply of standard missiles
yeah, that's cool.
and gun rods.
Am I reading this correctly? Is that 178 missiles?
I have 178 missiles remaining, correct.
I love it.
These games err on the side of fun.
Good.
It's a little more, it's
enough.
a little, obviously a little more complex to play than, say, Gradius.
Sure.
But it's still far less simulatory than, you know, say, Jane's Strike Fighters or what have you.
Exactly. I'm glad there's been sufficient industry professionals that people respect pointing out exactly this fact. You know, whatever else they've done, you know, if people like Gabe say, or people like Reggie say, you know, maybe fun's more important, I'd like to think more people listen to that.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so into games, because it feels like, I don't know, even in spite of the efforts that have been happening, it can't be, is me probably being too down on the other industries, but it doesn't feel as ruinable as other industries, other entertainment. I feel like
What,
games are
games?
safer
Yeah.
games are safer than TV and films to me. Because like literally one person devoid of support from others, like one or two people, can make something amazing that brings them money and is entertaining and gets noticed. And generally, once you're at the movie and TV version, unless you're already an auteur that everyone respects, you do what the suits say, and that's an increasingly bad thing.
Yeah.
Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you.
And like even if a TV show's successful, it just gets cancelled.
Yeah. Written off for tax purposes.
Yeah.
It's honestly kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
Rex
getting
raises
so good.
Rex raises a fair point that I forgot to mention. Obviously, do not fire missiles when the enemy is visibly popping flares.
It's really hard to tell for me. I mean, I'm not even playing the game. I'm just seeing so much smoke in action. But then
Yeah.
I'm on. Oh, the explosions are so good though.
I know.
That's where you sink your graphics into. My God, that is satisfying.
Yeah, they didn't skip on the visuals of the planes, the smoke trails,
No.
projectiles.
I think when it comes to a lot of games, you can safely say the graphics are as good as they used to be. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like I don't need.
I think that's
don't
fair.
need more sheen or like metal fatigue details on these jets. I like that they look jet-like and serve their purpose and don't chunk everything up, you know.
That's a fair argument, Rex. Rex is saying that one of his admittedly not many criticisms of this game is the tendency for the HUD elements to blend into the environment.
Oh, I haven't been getting that. It's one of those things you can change the HUD color, but you can do that in Fallout, and I always like that.
You can do that. Like, I have it on green. Although it's white when you're using the exterior camera.
Because that's the thing, Fallout was bugging me for ages. I don't know why. I couldn't quite get into the default, which I think is green or something. But I set it to like bright orange, and that worked really well. I keep on meaning to replay Fallout 3, but I've installed so many mods and that thing crashes every time I look up. It is for my experience, the crashiest game.
Which was this?
Fallout 3.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. That sounds right.
If I walk into a building or look up at the wrong time, it just hangs itself.
Oh, God. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. It's beautiful scenery, too.
Yeah.
Again, like, it's as detailed as it needs to be. A lot of people feel like, I think, when it comes to making a jet game, they don't worry about what the ground looks like. It's like, yeah, you're in the sky, what does it matter? But, I don't know, you feel like there's actually, like, neat stuff down there.
Thankfully, the machine guns in this have a fairly generous hitbox.
Good. I mean, they're probably very high caliber.
That one's not done yet.
Yeah, jeez. When it comes to flight games, I've always, like, I love the lock-on, but I love strafing moves. I love doing, like, a machine gun along something.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's one of the other things, sorry to keep on talking about this, but, like, the TIE Fighter missions where you had to, like, take down, like, a massive cruiser, so you had to keep on looping back on it and peppering it, that was cool.
There was a segment like that in the very first Rebel Assault.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you had to strafe a Star Destroyer and take out, like, basically all of its blaster turrets. But mainly it's the shield generators and then the bridge.
I think there's an argument to be made for more sort of aerial combat games along those lines. I guess, now that I think about it, I'm just describing EDF now.
Monarch was a shot.
This one's evasive.
I was gonna say, they're actually giving you something resembling trouble. They've got a lot of dudes, huh?
Yep.
Serious about this.
They really don't want us to go into Cascadia. Like, really.
No, apparently not. But you're Cascadians, aren't you?
Yeah, we're Hitman Team are Cascadian born, but we're not, like, nationally affiliated.
Oh, I see.
They just don't want to let any mercs into Cascadia to help the Cascadian resistance.
Oh, yeah, now I can see how that would be.
Oh, hostile AWACS, I think.
Jeez, doesn't always give you much warning with their missiles.
Not always.
Jeez.
Wait till there's like 6 of them coming at you.
What do you even do in that case?
Bank for, like, your life depends on it.
I would say there's like a satisfying amount of flying sideways in this.
Yeah, there's a lot of flying in circles in this, like a lot.
That's alright. When I eventually there's a flight sim I have my eyes on. It's meant to be for VR, but it can work without it. When I eventually get into that, there's going to be very little of this, so I'm happy to enjoy it. It's a biplane game, so.
Breezy says prey, Rex says flares. It's true. Flares will stop. Flares will stop literally every missile coming at you, but they do have a cooldown. And there is such a volume of missiles coming at you after a point that you need to bank and spam the flares if you want to stay alive.
Guess you could just time it just right.
Yep. And believe me, I had to do that playing this on Mercenary.
Oh yeah.
Depending on whether or not I can get a handle on the AOA, you may see less of that in this playthrough.
Well, yeah, that's one that helps you turn really well, huh?
Yeah. I remember to put on my, I have these special, like, copper-lined compression gloves.
Nice.
Playing controller games for significant periods of time gives me gamer thumb. So I wear these gloves to offset it.
I'm happy to do multiple sessions with this. I don't imagine we'll be able to finish the game in one session.
Probably not. We might be able to get through like half of it.
That's cool.
There's like 21 missions total. I'm hoping we can get to mission 11 tonight.
Yeah,
that is my personal favorite.
That seems to be the one that people are a bit hyped about. So yeah, that's definitely worth a shot. Good cloud effects too. I mean, I'm just saying, hey, that looks nice. Hey, that looks nice. But just, I don't know.
It's a nice look. It's
massive thing, but it's slick enough. It really is.
It's a nice looking game.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Amok's gone all the way out the other end, huh? She's kind of like your Spock now.
Yeah. Oh, is that what I think it is? Forgot there was one of those in this level.
What are we looking at? Is that just a wall of
Well, first off, we got some incoming fighters.
Just a bit.
But, let me deal with them first, because we're in for something a little trickier after that.
Trickier than a wall of fighters. Okay. I didn't give me that one went down pretty easy.
Nah, he's still up. I gotta hit him again.
Well, really?
Yeah, rarely does one missile do it. It usually takes at least two.
I guess that's beneficial to you as well, in case you ever get hit by one. But I mean, no, that's.
This one is a better. This one's a nicer model of plane, so this will be a little more difficult.
What's like? I understand it's not super realistic, but like I think dogfighting stopped existing pretty much around the 50s and 60s, anyways. Like once jets are a certain speed, you don't really dogfight anymore.
No, that's the main thing that's
unrealistic.
That's the main thing that's unrealistic about this and Ace Combat. This kind of aerial engagements do not happen with missile-equipped jet aircraft.
No. I understand a lot of the time they don't even see each other.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think a lot of times you will not even see your target.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make for entertaining gameplay.
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, I'm sure.
Maybe for someone.
For someone, there's like a hyper-realistic thing. There's like cockpit view. You fly around for 15 minutes. You wait until your beeping gets to a certain level. You get a thing from command saying, fire your missiles now. You hear nothing, you see nothing. Command says, bogey eliminated, go home.
Yeah.
I do not think I would enjoy that game. I think I will enjoy the one where I'm pretending with the biplanes and machine guns. And, fighting the Kaiser.
All right, got to take out that big plane as well.
I missed the big plane. How did I miss it?
Well, it's just like a, like a big cargo type plane.
Oh, I see.
So we got that, but there's a more interesting target. So,
I didn't see the passenger jet.
one of the things that Cordium makes possible is capital grade armed airships.
The fuck are we looking at here?
You are looking at an aerial warship.
Right. Giant metal anchor in the air. What the fuck?
Flying wing.
Okay, that's cool. This is good. If you go in draft, you would almost... Because that's The weird thing is it almost looks slightly World War II-ish, but just a little more dressed up.
Monarch, good luck.
So it has multiple close-in weapon systems and missile mounts.
Oh, I love that.
They can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, but this game is, to me, this game is, to me, it's making me think of, like, there was, like, it's like a top-down shooter.
Yeah.
Like 1943 or Slap Fight or something like that. I don't know if anyone knows Slap Fight. It's not a good name for a game. But, like, between the insane amount of missiles and, like, the big boss planes, that's what it feels like. Just, you know, for a new generation. New perspective. Okay, I misread that.
What did you misread?
I misread that. I thought it said activate the P, and I was like, oh, I'm sure someone has. Give me some credit. Give me some credit. Has anyone ever done an aerial combat game with like max pain bullet time?
I don't know.
Like it would sort of work there, but I don't know.
One of the Ace Combat games had something they called dogfight mode, where it would, if you pursued an enemy plane close enough, you could like lock onto them, and it would enter this sort of like cinematic over the plane's shoulder view.
Okay, that's sort of interesting.
There goes the airship.
Nice.
Guess we're in it now. Hey, Mick, you got any idea what the Federation is doing in Cascadia?
Why the hell do you think I know? Hey, we've got contact.
To approaching unidentified aircraft. When the night comes, how do we return home? By midnight's light. Confirmed. Welcome to Cascadia.
I don't know if it's gonna hit the ground before I pass that cloud.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting for the explosion. I admit.
There it goes.
There it goes. Yeah.
I forgot there was a
explosion, but
That's true, Rex. You'll notice I made an effort to destroy each of its turrets before I could target it properly.
oh, that's smart. I didn't even cop to that.
Generally, you can't down them without doing that, unless you have a railgun.
I feel like those would be fun. Oh, there's a landing sequence.
Yeah, this happens a few times over the course of the campaign.
Sorry, it always makes me think of fucking AVG.
Yeah.
Trying to land a plane in Top Gun.
Thankfully, it's not that hard.
Good.
Just gotta come in slow and low. Think.
Nice. Oh, I like the camera shake. Good use of it.
And then you just hold down the brakes until we stop.
Nice.
Thanks to your efforts, Sicario was able to rendezvous with our contact and refuel for the mission ahead. You'll be heading back out within the hour, so stay on your toes, or else your time in Cascadia will be short-lived.
It's like I'm associating it with local product, but all I can imagine is that Cascadia is famous for its beer, just because we have a beer called that.
Hello, Sicario. I'm
I
Captain
assume that's what you do
Griffiths,
there.
otherwise known as Stardust. From now on, I'll be your point of contact with the Cascadian Independence Force. I was a National Guard pilot when it all went down, and now I'm working with you. We're pressed for time, so listen up. Cascadia's prosperity, our natural bounty, has always gone to support the world. For the last few decades, we have done this by our partnership with the Pacific Federation, providing aid and infrastructure to the less fortunate internationally. The Federation, however, in recent years has used the resources we provided to forcefully expand by conquest and military strength. We could not let our cordium or geothermal deposits fuel this war machine. Cascadia as a nation sought independence from the Federation outright, in order to prevent the Federation from imperially expanding further. Unfortunately, they turned against us. They have seen fit to unify and federalize Cascadian infrastructure as a whole. When we resisted, they turned the country inside out. We refuse to let that stand. So, here's the plan for you mercenaries right now.
In northern Cascadia, Rosedower AFB was a joint base used by both the Cascadian National Guard and the Federation. When hostilities took off, however, the Federation seized the base from the National Guard. Your objective today is to take back the base into our hands. Hitman Team will lead aerial operations, wiping out any anti-air defenses. Circus, our transport aircraft carrying Sicario's airborne troop element, will then vector in and drop onto the base to secure it.
Take care not to damage the facilities too much during the attack. Sicario and other mercenary elements will be using this base afterwards. I'm sure you want to operate from an actual base anyway, as opposed to some dirt strip. So let's get rolling.
It's time to secure ourselves a forward operating base.
Nice.
Let's look at some files.
Oh, yes.
Let's see. From Mission 02. Let's see. United Cascadia 1. Formed just prior to the AC era by the need to normalize relations across the Western American seaboard, officially United Cascadia, often referred to as just Cascadia, is the strongest nation in the Northwestern Hemisphere. Sandwiched between the site of the Yellowstone volcano and the eastern edge of the Ring of Fire, it has been graced by geothermal deposits and cordium, which, while in association status with the Federation, increased output by a third. Because of this wealth and abundance, United Cascadia rivals the Federation and up until recent history maintained lukewarm relations with the Federation.
I see.
Not so much now.
Right.
The Oceania War. Now, this is an interesting detail.
Oceania, that's like my part of the world generally.
Yeah. This timeline's version of Australia was once the seat of a mercenary nation-state.
I believe that.
Let's see. Oceania, withdrawing its Federation membership after heightened strains on its geothermal deposits by the Federation, was invaded. Citing internal security and stability threats, the Federation occupied Oceania, only to meet intense resistance from national Oceanian units and foreign fighters. The war remains one of the first, quote, modern conflicts in the AC period, and is cited heavily in current Federation military doctrine.
I see.
Yep.
Who are the Federation exactly?
So the Federation, I believe, is centered in probably what would be China or somewhere in Central Asia.
That's exactly what I was about to suspect. Sorry, the going after the geothermal deposits and power in general. It's actually slightly relevant, which made me wonder.
Yeah, this timeline's single largest superpower is basically a Pacific Rim Federation.
I see. Okay, I'm with you now. A few things are starting to make sense. More on that later.
The Yellowstone Containment Zone. The most massive eruption of the calamity, the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, created an immediate extinction-level event on the North American continent, while simultaneously ushering in the long cold. In the current period, the remains of the eruption are nil, with sprawling wildness covering most of the continent east of the designated containment zone. Current Cascadian legislation maintains a buffer zone around the area due to its latent unmapped territory and dangerous geothermal flare-ups that occasionally happen in the area.
It would just be a massive sinkholes. Terrible idea.
Yeah. So basically, much of what would be the northern United States is unoccupied wilderness. The Yellowstone Containment Zone.
Can we assume that Canada is just frozen? Or...
I don't know. There's no mention of a Canadian equivalent. Unless, I mean, if we looked at the map, I'm sure part of like Western Canada is also part of Cascadia.
Yeah, probably. Historically, Canada and Australia do not do well in theoretical post-apocalypse scenarios.
Yeah.
For sure, in Fallout, Canada just gets annexed.
Yeah. Is that before or after China invades Anchorage, Alaska?
I think it's just before, for the exact reason.
Yeah. Let's see. The Calamity. According to sparse historical artifacts and record keeping, the Calamity was a tectonic super disaster stemming from a geothermal cascade event throughout the Pacific Ring of Fire. Subsequent eruption of volcanoes and devastating earthquakes rocked humanity to its core, and in a direct interpretation, ended an era of civilization. Remnants of the Calamity exist along the Ring of Fire and exclusion zones, where tectonic activity and volcanoes remain commonplace. However, to most of the developed world, the Calamity is ancient history.
Fair enough. Big old hard reset.
It's not like they have a history of doing this. Oceania War? What's that? Yeah, Rex.
Well, quiet.
Let's see. Next file. Cascadian region. Where's that? Cascadian region. Comprising the whole North American Pacific seaboard, all the way down to the former Baja Sea, mainland Cascadia is the detached island portion mid-continent. With snowy tundra to its north and to blistering deserts in its south, Cascadia comprises an entire hemisphere of climate and, given careful planning, has remained ecologically stable. Many tourists to Cascadia denote that, unlike the megacities of the Federation or elsewhere, Cascadia is a natural jewel. Completely sustainable in its resources, Cascadia can and hopes to maintain its independence in a changing world.
Nice. Very hopeful.
Information about our contact with Cascadia. Captain,
nice. Good.
who we just met in the debriefing. Captain J. Griffiths.
Yes, called Griffiths.
Yes, call sign Stardust. A Cascadian National Guard officer and pilot. In the course of the Cascadian conflict, he has been assigned as the handler for the mercenaries that answered Cascadia's call, much to his chagrin. Fundamentally, he disagrees with the mercenaries. However, the war which has come to Cascadia has forced pragmatics out of him. He was among the outspoken caste in the Cascadian National Guard, which many believe propelled Cascadia into the war, and is treated accordingly by some.
Complicated character.
A note about Gunsel Squadron, our backups.
Oh, yes.
Which they say is Sicario's primary mainline squadron. Commanded by a former Federation Air Academy instructor, they provide the main conventional warfare aspect of Sicario compared to Hitman or Assassin.
Right.
But basically, in the large-scale battles, a large chunk of your wingmen are comprised of Gunsel Squadron.
Okay. Right, cool. They're the beat cops who are actually, like, canvassing and cordoning off the crime scene that we never see in the cop shows.
When Sicario has to handle a threat that takes more than 3 planes, they send in the rest of them.
Fair enough.
A note about Assassin Team, Kaiser Squadron.
Nice.
Sicario's flagship air unit, commanded by Kaiser himself in the air, their shock and awe style is meant to inspire fear against their targets, and are often deployed in this intimidation factor.
Okay. So Kaiser still actually fights?
He does.
Oh shit, good for them.
Crosstalk Squadron.
Whatever else is going on, nice to have a leader that's just not all talk.
I forget whether Crosstalk is the squadron we just fought in the last mission or is upcoming. Probably.
I thought they were, but
probably the former. A secondary Federation squadron among many of the mainline units not charged with active warfighting at the start of the Cascadian conflict. Squadrons like Crosstalk are meant to shore up other units as frontline losses are sustained.
Okay, I know everyone's been over this, but warfighting and warfighters still sound funny to me. I know they're legitimate terms, but
I guess it's a little strange.
It's a little strange. It's like, car driver, or calling someone a hair cutter instead of calling them a barber.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all the new lore for now.
Yep.
It's time for the next mission.
I found out what they call ground conflicts at the moment, because I occasionally want to use like actual military jargon in my work.
Sure.
They're called kinetic events.
The fuck?
A kinetic event.
God, that's such. That doesn't even tell you what that is.
Yeah, they know what it
just sounds
means,
like you're talking about.
yes.
It just sounds like you're talking about physics.
Yeah, a kinetic event occurred, at 0700 yesterday. It was like how they talk.
Yeah, I bet.
I was like,
okay.
I wanted to keep that one for the audience. I think that works.
Rex has reminded us that Crosstalk Squadron are the units we just faced in the previous mission.
Okay, good.
Yeah, typically the lore unlocks have to do with whatever you just did.
Yeah, I realize it complicates things.
Um,
Have in the past deleted save game data so that it plays out more normally during a let's play, but I would not advise you to do that given how far you've got in this game.
yeah, I would.
For the sake of a few.
It gives me the option of
entries.
like starting a campaign and playing through without having to use the
Yeah.
like mission reselector. So I just did that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So
100%.
at this point in the campaign, the CR 105 becomes available,
Ooh.
which this is most of its stats do not impress. However,
Yeah.
this is either the second or third fastest plane in the game.
Ooh.
And the fastest plane is one of the post-game super planes that you would not have on a first playthrough. This thing is almost as fast as that.
Holy shit.
But that's pretty much all it has going for it. The other stats are comparable to the planes you've seen so far.
And it's basically air raid.
Yeah.
To do my Transformers thing, yeah.
This plane is based on... Oh. I went to the trivia section and it did tell me what plane it's based on.
Oh, nuts.
Wow. That's interesting. This plane is based on the Avro Canada CF-105 Arrow.
Canada, huh?
This is a Canadian plane.
Huh. Neat. So they build them fast.
I guess so.
Yeah.
First flew in March of 1958.
Dig it.
Oh. I'm not sure this was deployed actively.
You get a lot of that.
Was meant to be the Royal Canadian Air Force's primary interceptor. But development was abruptly halted in February of the following year.
There's a lot of that with aircraft.
The cancellation was the topic of considerable political controversy at the time. And the aircraft, the ones they had already constructed, were subsequently destroyed.
Oh, geez, that's a shame.
This action effectively put Avro out of business, and its highly skilled engineering and production personnel scattered. Strange. This is a rare plane.
I feel like it'd still be pretty employable, you know.
In fact, I'm not sure there are.
New York Air.
I'm not sure there are surviving original examples. There's a picture
It'd
here.
be a real shame if there wasn't any.
There's a picture of a replica that currently sits at the Canadian Air and Space Museum in Toronto. But it sounds like none of the original lines survived.
That sucks.
Strange.
Yeah, I don't really like, you know, anything being completely wiped out. I think it's good to keep one just to look at. Remember.
Couldn't say why that is.
The Germans towards the end of World War II, what they thought that the Tokokai, in the West they'd call the kamikaze attack. They thought that was pretty neat, but they didn't actually want to sacrifice their pilots. So they had this thing called the Selbstoffer, which is like, it basically means self-offer. It's basically a bomb that you can pilot, but at the last second it throws you out.
I also goofed. I think we only just finished Mission 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Avro becomes available after Mission 3.
For some reason I thought that was Mission 3. No, that was Mission 2, hey. We're about to do Mission 3.
Because we're about to do, Homestead.
Yeah, that's it.
What is available to us at this point is the SV-37.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's got a nice paint job. This is based on the... this is a Swedish plane, the Saab 37 Viggen.
Oh, back when they were making planes. That's cool. I think, it's going to sound weird, I'm pretty sure I had like a little model kit made out of foam of one of these. That when you threw it, it actually flew through the air. Pretty cool.
These were introduced in June of 1971 and were not retired until June of 2007. I recognize this plane. I believe it's it's the first plane you use in one of the Ace Combat games.
Cool.
Primarily used by the Swedish Air Force, produced from 1970 to 1990.
Saabs are interesting in this country because, like, I don't know if they're any good or not because the parts are so rare that no one really wants to drive one.
Ah.
I mean, it's a great status symbol, but
Yeah.
you know, if you can wait for your parts.
Anti-ship missile. We might actually want those. I believe there's naval assets in this level.
Yeah. What defines an anti-ship missile? Is it just bigger or wider? So
Yeah,
it's more watery.
In this case, it's just a big, high-yield missile that tends to one-shot the ships, but can't lock on to anything else.
That makes sense.
Might actually take the multi-locks. Initially, only the first color scheme of any given plane is available. I believe after the end of... Oh, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
These other color schemes become available later on, or after you finish the game, I think.
I don't
Still
mind
only
when games do that.
still only flares available.
Like the jeans section of Target in 1997.
Hitman 1, we're good to go.
I gotta admit, starting the mission with the actual like runway takeoff is pretty cool.
It
Like,
is.
Mid-flight's neat, but there's a sense of, I don't know, action.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed that. There's a pretty crazy moment in Ace Combat 0 where you start off on a runway as a massive, like, just huge, like, scrolling shooter type aerial gunship flies overhead.
Awesome.
And then you get to fly up there and engage it.
Nice.
Let's see if
My
we can.
My drive home actually goes over like a military base of sorts. Nothing serious. I kid you not, sometimes when I'm driving home I see this big old-fashioned four-prop doing maneuvers over there. Like it's like the engines that are like propeller and a jet. Those were a thing for a bit in the 60s and 70s. And I don't know what it's for. I think it's like pilot training or maybe parachuting or something because of the fields. But it is a sight to see. Unfortunately, I'm always driving, so I never have any fun.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, I see, there's a ship. Let me switch to my anti-ship missiles. Come back around.
Very intuitively done battle map. Like the HUD's good.
Taking a contract here of all places. You know what they say about all roads, right, Mick?
Not now,
Okay, Diplomat's not an amazing nickname. Dip is a worse nickname.
Yeah, comic always calls him Dip. I think we got some more ships over there.
Like it's extra rough because he's even calling her
Oh, wow.
Mick short
The,
of comic. She could call him Matt.
The anti-ship missiles are still on cooldown, actually.
Oh, takes a bit.
Yeah. Takes a bit for them to reload, I guess. I'll switch to ground targets for the moment.
You know, it sometimes feels unsporting doing ground targets when in a high-powered missile object. It's still funny as hell.
There's a ship. Oh, incoming.
Whoa. It always seems like it's really close.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Jeez, it's not stopping today.
It gets worse. Should probably take out those SAMs and the opposing fighters.
Can't say.
Let's see, where's the nearest SAM site? Nah, that's just a gun turret. It's probably the other planes. I'll go after those.
Yeah.
Where? There you are.
Hitman 1, Fox 2.
Got that one.
Nice.
Oh, there was a SAM site ahead of us.
Holy hell, you set up a hornet's nest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are attacking an airbase.
I mean, yeah. I'd like to think they don't have hornets against you yet. But still. Euphemisms there.
Well, we got F-15. What are those?
Eagles, I think.
Yeah, I think that's correct. There are Hornets, F-18s.
I can tell you why I can remember the F-15 is the Eagle.
Why is that?
It's literally what Starscream and Thundercracker and Skywalker.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so that's the jet that I will always recognize.
Well, you will be seeing an Eagle before the end of this game, because there is a version of the F-15. I think it's called like the Strike Eagle.
All right.
Specifically, there's specifically an F-15 in this, which is modeled on a one-off technology testbed F-15 with additional forward canards that are not present on the normal plane.
Nice. That's one thing.
Sorry.
It's one thing that I like that this game is doing, because I mean, I never really cared that much about the Gran Turismo series of games, because there's no damage, you're just sort of driving cars, you're sort of racing. Wonderful graphics, but Gran Turismo would do this thing where if a car was no longer in production, and certainly if no one was ever going to see one, they would still put it in the game accurately. So you'd still, like, if it's like this absolute, you know, forgetting the term for it, but it's like it's like a concept car that you never ever saw production, but they still put it in the game, so it exists in the game release, and with the appropriate steering and speed and stuff like that. Like there's this thing called the Pod that we had back in the 2000s. It looked a bit like a toaster, and its seat swiveled around. What's a terrible idea, but it's in Gran Turismo, so good for them. And this game seems to be doing the same thing.
What's like how the Phantom Corsair is in L.A. Noire.
Yeah.
And that was a literal one-off, I think, built for a particular car company executive.
Yes. Which, I mean, I think most people would love the Phantom Corsair, but still.
Yeah.
I think the Lincoln Futura saw production, but I wouldn't swear to it. It must have seen some production because they used it for a Batmobile once, but I don't know if that was the only Lincoln Futura or if they made a few more. I kind of wonder what advantage the extra smaller set of wings does. There must be a reason for it.
Well, I think it's because I think in the case of this plane, it's because of the main wings being positioned towards the rear of the aircraft.
Maybe it makes the steering really good.
I think it's like a stability thing.
Yeah.
The plane would be more prone to air forces, like air and air currents coming across the plane, throwing it off course.
Right.
I think the forward wings are, yes, they are positioned higher than the main wings, and that I believe forces the air passing the aircraft to pass between the wings, and I believe that increases stability. I could be talking out of my ass.
It almost feels like a form of modern biplane. My very limited understanding of physics makes me think this plane would be easier for this plane to take off and land because of its wing structure. Like it would be able to achieve liftoff with less speed.
I feel like that's true. Yeah, like short takeoff and landing, like STOL, is a thing.
Yeah. It's not as good as VTOL for absolute convenience, but there's not that much VTOL around there.
No,
So
I think the
all over the place now.
I think the Harrier's by far the most successful example of such.
Yes.
There is a Harrier in this, although it does not. You cannot do the VTOL thing with it in this game.
Yeah, right.
They call it the Exhibitor.
Interesting. Do you know what that word means?
I don't know what that means either.
I remember there was a comic I read once. Taught me a new word. Because there was a Punisher parody in it, but he was called the Admonisher.
That's pretty funny.
So he would just tell people off.
There's a cargo plane.
Oh, nice.
There was a cargo plane, I should say.
Whoa! That blew up real nice.
Yeah, there's a stand below me. I should circle around and take that out. Well, so far everything I've targeted has been priority, as you can see on the HUD. In some levels, like, not every target is necessary for mission success.
Oh, well, that's good.
Enemy's got a bead on you, Monarch.
Some targets aren't for mission success, it's just, you know, kind of fuck them anyways.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of hostiles that, like, you can either engage directly or avoid as necessary.
Yeah, and hey, more points that way, right?
Yeah, you get more money.
Yeah. There's other games that I've played where, again, with the devotion to realism, where if you do some of the maneuvers you're currently doing, it makes your jet stall. Again, good thing to take out. Seriously. It's a level of realism I don't think is required for a game like this.
I appreciate that the ground team can handle their own. Oftentimes in Ace Combat, you specifically have to engage and destroy ground targets quickly before they wipe out your ground teams.
I think maybe one of the reasons why I've heard so much good about this game is for the balance it's achieved. Because, don't get me wrong, you don't want a game that plays itself. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I know they exist. But a game where you are literally the only one doing anything, and then if you leave your troops or company to it, like, they should be able to finish the mission for you. But if you feel like they're doing nothing, and then you have to do everything, that doesn't, you know, that's a level of immersion I can't enjoy. It's that they should being like the center of the world.
This is Crosstalk Squadron. Commencing intercept.
Oh wait, here comes Crosstalk. Like, for real. They get boss subtitles and everything.
Wow, yeah, I was gonna say, they're bringing in everything. I saw a big plane go past. Is that yours or theirs?
That might have been ours. Circus is in the AO.
Of course, yeah, that's right, Circus.
There's Crosstalk. I might be able to catch some of them with. I might catch some of them with the multi-locks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, worth a shot. You got him.
No, I missed.
Dang. Maybe if they fire enough at you, they'll hit some of their own guys.
That one's pretty hurt. They have health bars at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. That's cool. You could miss it, but you know it's there.
Can you use the target cam sparingly at this altitude?
Yeah, probably the way to go.
Where did he go? There. Whoa! Oh, damn! I took a missile hit. I'm okay though.
Okay, yeah.
This isn't mercenary difficulty. We're okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, got that one. You better believe on mercenary difficulty, you cannot take many missile hits.
No, I believe that. I would assume like one.
Maybe. I don't think it's only one, but it's not a lot. Maybe like 2, 3, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Again, devotion to realism, but...
Yeah. You'll notice it took a named A squadron to actually hit me with a missile.
Yeah, yeah. It took them, and like you had like 3 on you.
Monarch, the enemy's locking onto you.
Thankfully, the guns are very effective in this.
Good, good, good.
I guess to make up for the fact that, you know, obviously they don't track.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good to think that you only have one thing you have to worry about at this particular junction of the mission. You got the crossbow squad, you're not having to do everyone else's job for.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Guns, guns, guns.
One of the post-game superplanes is armed only with various kinds of guns. It has no missiles.
I kind of love that, if I'm honest. I feel like that would increase my chances. Like, my idea of like a good jet would be one that basically just had like 4 Gatling guns and 2 Barrett 50 cal. Just turn everything into Swiss cheese. Increase
I had an idea for a superplane for my setting, for the founder of the order, the Archaeopteryx. Among other things, it's armed with a pair of tank guns, like 105 millimeter.
I mean, why not?
Yeah. And like arc ram rocket engines.
Yes.
All right, that does it for crosstalk.
I had an incredibly dumb thought, which fortunately I managed to stop before I realized it was dumb. I was like, how come none of it makes a jet with a flamethrower?
I think there's a reason for that.
Fly immediately into your own place.
There was no such thing as skies this far north. You should know that.
I never flew these skies like you did. Not like this. Airstrip is secured. Outside of the air defenses, there wasn't much else in terms of resistance. The batting down prisoners and electronics, but you're good, boss. Excellent work today, Hitman. You can trust Big
I kind of love the idea of, I don't know if it'd be practical or not, you know those like insane water cannons that like can cut things in half, and because they generate no heat, it doesn't like distort it? That'd be kind of a cool weapon. I just don't know how if it could work. And you have to store the water somewhere, so...
As I recall, that the guns that the Reapers use in Mass Effect are... The way they work is that they project like a superheated stream of liquid metal.
Yes. And that's how Metal Gear Ray works as well.
Oh.
Metal Gear Ray just has a water cannon, but it's just like...
Yeah, but it's like it's such
not
high
even
pressure
heated,
that...
it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
And which I thought, that's kind of a funny weapon. And then I saw what high pressure water does, and it can like cut a battleship in half. It's like, ha ha ha, okay, wow.
And then they designed Rafe to be like move under the water in a streamlined way.
Yeah.
Like that
And
dedicated
constantly water.
like dedicated aquatic combat Metal Gear.
Yes. Oh, the mission's over.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you got it.
We've secured Razdower.
I am so used to games going, oh, and you beat like 6 fighter jets. Now here's another 6. So that's good.
Oh, there'll be more of that later.
Oh, I'm sure. They shouldn't do that straight away.
No, they start you off nice and easy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, comparatively, there are still no
I would have
checkpoints.
died 6 or 7 times by now.
To be fair, I crashed a lot more often in Ace Combat 7.
Right.
That game is very fast.
But as far as forward operating
Well,
bases
I mean,
go,
they were going for that, weren't they?
The base didn't sustain too much damage, and there's room enough for everyone.
Again,
Even
that's
the
one of the
other
things,
freelance.
rightly or wrongly, that sort of work with TIE
Independence
fighters.
Force
You're
of
going
Cascadia
insanely
is a
fast, but you don't really feel
reflection
like
of
it.
true Cascadian sovereignty, and when the time comes, we'll see Cascadia rise to its own liberty without the Federation. I've been instructed by the remnants of our national government to be your liaison for the duration of your contract with us, of which we've sent to Kaiser for you to sign later. To be truthful, I don't agree with your way of life, but you've come to Cascadia to aid us, and for that, I can't complain. We'll pay you what you're due, as long as you give us your best. Get settled. We need you up in the air soon.
One last thing, everyone. We're going by our tag names for the duration of this contract. I'm pretty sure my name is public domain in regards to Sicario. However, we've gone to great lengths to keep yours hidden. If you break it, it's on your ass. You know how bounty hunters are if they have a name. Dismissed.
Yeah, he's Stardust is a little preachy, Rex, but he means well. I mean, he wants his people to be free. I can respect that.
No, I think it's
Listen
very,
up.
very smart.
We're about
But
to get started.
I think
A lot of
it's,
mercenaries
without
from
being
around the
too
world have
obvious,
made their
giving
way
a
into
character a certain
Social
name,
scene.
depending on which branch of pop
Sicario
culture
is
someone's
currently one of
from,
the only
can
groups
still
that throw around enough fighters.
fantastic because I mean Griffiths is very similar to
Cascadia's
Griffiths, so
national
anyone
Yeah,
who's
it is.
Berserk will be
was taken out by
And the
Federation
only
when we
Griffith I
originally
can
tried
think
to
of
force them
is
out of Cascadia.
Andy Griffith?
Came without mercy.
okay. That helps.
30%.
I'd forgotten about Andy Griffith. That's the only one I could remember was
These last
C.W.
few weeks
Griffith,
have been disastrous.
who
We're on
was a
the verge
pioneer
of
filmmaker,
capitulating into a
whose
full-blown
techniques
guerrilla
were
war.
important,
We'd like
but
to
essentially
avoid
his
this.
big film was
And
about
because
how
of that,
great the
Cascadia
KKK
will be
was.
deployed immediately to
So,
several of our units currently
The
in
other
use.
film producers very quickly didn't hang out with him for a very good
To
reason.
an agricultural area to the
So,
south.
entrepreneurial
The Independence
filmmaker,
Force's surviving
revolting
battalion has
racist.
been driven there by
Like even for the time, unbelievable. Like
collection
just
of allied
Lovely.
officers over a rather notable
yeah,
amount
like
of
even in the
manpower.
20s and 30s, he was
The
considered like
Federation is
just
currently
insane.
engaged
So.
using air and ground
That's
units.
that's the two Griffiths I thought of.
Great.
Stardust
It
is
might
lovely.
catch the Federation off guard.
Yeah,
Or anticipate retaliation in short order.
Stardust is
Launch
a bit better than those guys.
If that battalion
I know a
falls,
Stardust
our forces
personally.
won't have
They're
enough
good people.
manpower or command to organize again.
So in this one, we're going to relieve an embattled Cascadian ground unit.
Wow, you got a lot of bogeys there. My God,
Yep, a lot of ground targets in this one.
awesome. They got ACAC or Is this
I'm
gonna
sure
be-
some of them do. I wonder if the
Right.
plane I'm thinking of is available yet.
So
This would be the point at which that Canadian plane we were discussing would become available.
It's fast, very fast.
But that I don't think that's the plane I want to use for this mission, if I remember
You want
correctly.
something that holds as many bombs as possible. I'd have thought.
Yeah, I
I'd
want
like
the.
time for bombs.
There's a particular plane with an array of like lock-on air-to-ground missiles, and that's the one I want to
Hmm.
use. I may just use it anyway, even if it's not wouldn't have actually been available at this point in the campaign.
I'm not that fussed about progression.
Yeah,
You,
all right.
you do what you see fit. I want to
Um,
see something that blows up good.
but first, let's read some lore.
Sure.
Let's see. A note about the wild boar unit, who we are going to relieve in the next mission.
Of course.
Let's see. There they are. The Cascadian veterans of the Oceania War are often beneath the Wild Boar Regiment and General Morgan Elizabeth. Cascadia's involvement in the Oceania War is ironic, especially given General Elizabeth's new position as main military commander of the new Independence Force against the Federation. Among Cascadia's only warfighters with experience, the Wild Boar unit has, in the opening days of the war, sustained itself better than other National Guard units with less veterancy.
I wouldn't name myself after something delicious, personally.
I mean, wild boar are pretty dangerous from what I hear.
Oh, they are. No, super dangerous.
Judging from watching you playing Strya.
No, they're an absolute argument for, like, if you're sufficiently bush, you want at least to have a compound bow, but you probably actually want something a bit stronger.
Yeah. Let's see.
'Cause they're like goldfish in a way. They don't stop growing. They're like absolute omnivores, and they can get to like 2 meters long. It's insane.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How long is 2
It's-
meters in feet again?
Oh, sorry about that. 2 meters in feet. It's
Yeah.
like
Sorry.
what, like about 7 feet?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Seriously?
It's a little under 7 feet. It's like, yeah. So let's just say they get to 6 or 7 feet long, basically.
I did not know they got that big.
Oh yeah, no. They get worse in New Zealand, believe it or not. I don't know what about New Zealand makes them get even bigger, but
The Federation won. Wait, where's that? It's up here. A multinational organization in the Pacific comprised of primarily geothermal resource-heavy states. The Federation currently maintains a monopoly on the world's cordium and geothermal supply, leveraging its power with military and political dominance against all those who stand against its policy of constant expansion, which has made them few friends.
I was gonna say they sound like assholes to me.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
I'm sure it's the usual situation where, like, just ordinary people living in Federation cities are probably all right.
Yeah.
And I believe the purposes of from what I understand, the new campaign that was added to the PS5 version is from the perspective of a Federation pilot.
Interesting.
On the showing some of their side of the same events of this game, like at the same time.
Man, it's kind of even more galling that it's only on the PS5.
Yeah. Let's see. Cascadian Independence Force. Organized beneath
They
one
had
banner.
game when they sold it from the PC.
Yeah.
What's up?
Organized beneath one banner, the remnants of non-Federation aligned National Guard units, militias, and citizens who believe in an independent Cascadia make up the Independence Force. Led by Cascadia's surviving political cabinet and generals, they fight to maintain a proper appearance so as not to devolve into guerrilla and revolutionary fighting as often seen in the periphery, legitimizing Cascadia's struggle in the international eye.
Nah, PR is important, I guess.
I suppose. A note about the Rousdower Air Base, which we have just secured.
Nice.
Where the hell is that?
Okay, I know they mean well, but Golden Ocean doesn't sound good. It's very similar to Golden Shower, just implies a lot more.
A backwater Cascadian National Guard base taken over by the Federation. Its solitary position and general remoteness relegated to hosting tertiary units or misfit personnel.
Okay.
Which I guess made it a good target for us.
Camp Golf.
Camp Golf.
Yeah.
Was that it? Yes, that was all the lore for now. We will now move on. Let's see. Aside from the CR-105, the SK... yes. Okay. The plane I wanted to use is now available. Or would be. The SK-25U. This is a ground attack plane.
It looks like it turns into a Velociraptor. I love it.
This is based on the Sukhoi Su-25 UBM. So here we have our first Russian plane of the playthrough.
They're known for producing a lot of planes, but last I heard they weren't known for producing a lot of good planes. If this is the exception, good.
Well, it worked well enough in this game. These first flew in February of 1975, were introduced proper in July of 81, and are still in service.
Oh, okay.
With Russia, Ukraine, Korean People's Army Air Force, and the Peruvian Air Force.
Okay.
And apparently others.
The Lada of airplanes. Very good.
It looks like active production stopped in 2017. Okay. Over 1,000 of them were built in total.
They got a great look, though. Not even kidding.
So, we have a wide variety of available air-to-ground ordnance.
Good.
In fact, that's all this plane has. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. We want... I think we want the standard MLAG. Multi-lock anti-ground missiles.
Sounds good.
Wait. Yes.
I mean, multi-lock should work. I mean, the tanks are pretty fast, but...
Not fast enough. Yes. Right, we can take 2 mounts of multi-lock air-to-ground for more ammo total. Actually, we can take 3, which is pretty much all we need. Because we still have the standard missiles in the event that we have to engage opposing planes, which we probably will.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
And you can see all of the air-to-ground missiles arranged on the wings there.
I'm noticing that. I thought those were like lights or something. But it's like, no, every single one of those is a missile.
Yep. We will proceed shortly. I must use the restroom and refill my water bottle.
You know, that's a super good idea.
Yeah, I feel like... I agree, Rex. I feel like using the dual firing MLAGs would be... You exhaust your ammo quickly.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I'm back.
I am back.
Hey, nice.
Hello. I hope you are enjoying your pretzels and in-flight light reading. All right.
I'm trying out the latest thing I've heard from the kids of the days, and I have mixed feelings about it. It tastes more or less as I expect.
What's that?
Well, you've heard of Pilk,
Oh, yes, I have.
right? Well, Pilk is something I used to as a kid. Not a big deal. These days, because we're in the festive season, it's all about the pegnog.
Eggnog? Are you drinking eggnog with Pepsi in it?
Just a little bit.
Is it actually good?
I'm not the best judge. It's okay. It's more the texture because eggnog's naturally lumpy, and I think it reacts with the Pepsi a little bit. Regular eggnog is better, I'll say this much.
Just see. Are there any other planes that... Nah. It's just the 105 and this plane that become available at this point.
Okay.
So let's get into it. This is the plane to use for this mission, I would think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just stylish in general. I would like get a model of that, I think.
This is copy pasta that my friend Garland uses sometimes. And it's like, it's a variation on that, like owning a musket for home defense, like copy pasta.
Yes.
And it goes like, I own a missile for homeland defense, because that's what Woodrow Wilson intended. Or bandits break into my airspace, scramble, scramble.
I love those.
Breezy says he has a model of this particular plane.
Oh, nice. Cool.
That's neat.
I think the only model airplane that I had was, and it wasn't even mine, it was a model of a Lancaster bomber.
Ah, the famous Lancaster, yes.
Yeah. That was cool.
I used to play a strategy game called Rise of Nations.
Nice.
And it was sort of like it was a fusion of mechanics and concepts between like Age of Empires and Civilization.
Mm-hmm.
It was the closest thing I'd played to a true 4X game up to that point.
Yeah.
And you could pick almost any civilization in history, like regardless of which whether they survived to the present day or not.
Mm.
And different civilizations had unique units, as in Age of Empires. And if you picked England as your civilization, one of their unique units was specifically the Lancaster bomber.
Ah, nice.
And of course, different civs had like the availability of these unique units would also depend on like the time period that your civilization was in.
Oh yeah.
Because like Age of Empires only went from like the first of those only covered ancient times, and the second one only covered the Middle Ages. Rise of Nations covers like Stone Age to now, like Information Age.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. Sounds like it's not a game you can just sit down and casually play, though.
I mean, it depends on whether you play like a round or like a campaign, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I
feel like
they got
the
creative.
Lancaster one's got like the worst seat in existence. Like, it's the Lancaster one. You've got the little dome sitting out the bottom of the plane.
Oh, the little ball turret. I don't know about the Lancaster. I know the B-17 has one of those.
That might be what I'm thinking of. Like, not claustrophobic, not afraid of heights, but god damn.
They got creative with it sometimes. Because, like, say for example, you're playing the Aztecs, and like your Aztec civilization survives to the present day.
Cool.
The Aztecs in that game actually have unique, like modernized, like infantry wearing traditional Aztec headdresses.
I kind of dig that because there's a bit of that.
So they're wearing.
Worlds. I mean that's believable.
They're wearing their feathers and they got their assault rifles and they'll go to town.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
that's
that one.
cool.
I think this was a fan thing, but I saw on DeviantArt once somebody created a chapter of Space Marines inspired by the Maori, I believe.
That would be pretty cool. I feel like they're sort of doing that with the space sharks these days, anyways.
Oh
like
yeah,
are
they like
the space sharks a bit?
They're
now
like Pacific. They've got like a Pacific Islander theme going on.
They do a bit.
That's cool. I'm a big fan of like the different like cultural representations in Warhammer.
I think with all the different types of, I mean, I'm not hugely into Space Marines. I'm not super against them either, but
That's
I
fair.
feel like with all the deviations within the chapter, a lot more fun could be had. Definitely. And I'm glad that people are re-embracing that. I'm glad that of all units, the Space Sharks, they gave them they call them like the Carcadons or something.
Yeah, the Carcharodons Astra.
Yeah. Trying not to call them the Space Sharks, but
well, I mean, we're just gonna call them
We're
just gonna call them the Space Sharks. I mean,
it's true.
it's the Imperial Guard. It's not the Astra Militarum.
I know. It's just so they can copyright it. Basically.
Yeah, of course. Anyway,
like there's that one scene in episode 1 where like young Anakin goes, "Oh, I like your laser sword," and it's like, actually, it's a lightsaber. It's like, okay, and we've just copyrighted laser sword. Good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go see if we can help out the wild boar unit.
Yeah. I like the bell toll. Very nice.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you were the privileged kid. This place put out anything good?
It's been over 10 years, Mick, since we've been in Cascadia. I'd have no idea.
Yeah, check out the vineyards down there.
Nice. So I guess this is meant to be like former California.
Yeah.
Doesn't look unlike it.
I think we're more closer to like Oregon up here.
All right. I know nothing of Oregon.
Yeah.
Last time I was in Cali, I ate like...
Could be Washington State for all I know. I'd have to look at the map.
It'd be even snowier, I think.
I think that's true.
California had like the second nicest strawberries I've ever seen.
We've got 144 air-to-ground missiles. Here we go. This is why I wanted to bring this plane.
Yeah, exactly.
Takes a minute for them to cycle, of course.
Yeah, sure. And it's a fireworks show, they don't launch them all at once. It's about pace.
Yeah. This plane does one thing and it does it well. This
feels like video game. It's hard to explain. This feels like good, proper video game. Like I don't think I would stream this because I think it would be insane to watch me play this, but I can imagine playing it in my own time anyways.
It's fun.
Way. Yeah.
Here we go again.
Like, I know I'm going on about this, but holy shit, these are, for what this game is, they 10 on 10 for satisfying explosions.
Yeah.
Really, it's good art direction.
Oh shit! Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay, so collisions can actually be dangerous.
They can, yes.
Right. Okay. That looked awesome, though.
I'm pretty sure you can. I think you clip through the ordinary fighters, but you can crash into anything bigger. So that was close. That could have killed me.
Yes.
This thing doesn't turn so hot, so.
I was noticing that. I guess it's what you get used to. Oh, unrelated, but kind of exciting. The latest update with Shadows of Doubt is just they're opening it up to the modern community. So I'm very curious to see where that's going.
What are they opening it up to?
The modding community.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm hoping we'll get stuff like, I mean, not exactly Snatcher, but if there's a mod where you're playing Shadows of Doubt, but there's someone coming after you and you have to find them first, that'd be terrifying, and I'd want to play it. They've also introduced permadeath. I'm not touching that.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that myself. You'll notice this plane has a slower and more damaging gun.
Yeah, that thing's awesome.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
I don't know, just a more high caliber gun, I guess. But it's of a type that most of the planes don't have access to, and the ones that do, it's usually a gun pod that you select as a sub-weapon. This just has it as its main gun.
Okay.
I believe these one or more of the super planes is also armed with such. Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard trouble pursuing this other opposing plane here.
Yeah. You're not really made for it in this instance.
No, you'll notice the largely straight wings. In the manner of an A-10, somewhat.
Well, it's one of my observations.
But I can aim with my gun.
Nice. I think that gun is good. There's all the different things that can make different cartridges dangerous, and that's one of the things that I guess fascinates me a lot. Is like the bullet type. You know, what's the material there? Like depleted uranium is often much worse. And just the grain count. The grain type. These all change what's going on there.
Take him down.
I believe the thing about this gun is that it has explosive rounds.
Oh.
If I remember correctly. Hence the high damage.
That does make sense.
Ah, he popped flares. Oh, I hit him anyway.
Hey, nice. There's voids of missiles.
Yep.
Gives you the blood pumping excitement of playing Crash Team Racing on the PlayStation 1.
I think we took care of all the ground targets.
I only had one console.
I much preferred Crash Team Racing myself.
I was into it.
But, I mean, if we're talking about console racing games, I much prefer Jack X.
Oh, I never actually got to play that.
That was a little later than what we're talking about.
Yeah. Crash Team Racing, I think, deserves some sort of credit for being a console kart racing game that features both Michael Ensign and Clancy Brown. That's pretty good. Michael Ensign, I haven't seen in anything except Ghostbusters and The Wall, but in both cases, he's a hotel manager whose hotel gets trashed. So
that's pretty funny.
To him for, yeah, it's a little funny, and he looks the same in both films as well. It's almost like it's the same guy. Just has to change a series of hotels to get wrong.
Sorry, we got more hostile air.
Real. So this plane seems to be able to deal with the air hostiles a bit. It's not made for it, but
it's better at. It's probably better at it in this than it would actually be in real life.
Okay, it's better. Yeah.
Oh, these are helicopters.
You got an even chance then.
Yeah, the choppers don't have much of a chance against you in this.
I wouldn't have thought. I mean, I'm sure there have been dog-fighting helicopters, although my brain's struggling to imagine that. I think of them as being more sort of like heavy assault ships that you break out for less equipped targets. Not to fight other things in the air, although I could be wrong.
I remember hearing somewhere that what you see in media with like a helicopter versus helicopter duel is extremely uncommon.
Yes, I would have thought so. I think they're mostly for transport or for dealing with ground targets.
Yeah, or close air support. Ace Combat Assault Horizon actually has helicopter levels, which is unusual. This missile may hit me. Nope, I evaded it.
I feel like there's a game where you play as a futuristic helicopter.
There's a couple of those.
Yeah, I think I think it's called like G-Police.
Yes, I played those.
Yeah. I played it.
It was on PS1 and PC, and it had a sequel which was only on PS1.
Right.
Weapons of Justice was the sequel.
I seem to remember liking the sequel less, but I couldn't swear to it.
I thought the sequel controlled a little better,
No problem.
at least on a controller. The first one did not have proper flight controls. They did not know what they did not know what they were doing yet.
You felt more like, it's hard to explain, but you felt more like a person in a jetpack than an actual aircraft to me.
Oh, I know it. I remember what it is. The first G-Police on PlayStation did not have analog control at all.
That would be what makes it weird.
Yes.
We didn't have the joysticks, and the games weren't being made for joysticks at first.
Yeah, I believe the analog sticks were introduced in the PS1's lifespan.
Very much so. Yeah.
And the second G-Police does have analog control and handles better as a result.
Oh, the analog joysticks was a massive upgrade. It was one of the things I remember it clearly because it came out around my birthday, so I made sure to get one as soon as possible. Because honestly, we did pretty well, but when you think about it, going back and playing games like Crash Bandicoot without the analog sticks, like how the fuck were we doing that? How would you play Crash Bandicoot and running around all this stuff using the D-pad?
Very badly, in my case.
Yeah. But they made
I am hot garbage at Crash Bandicoot.
I got the re-released edition, and it was very reassuring for me to find out that the remade edition of Crash Bandicoot is harder than the original.
Ooh.
Because I was losing my mind how bad I was at it.
Breezy says the choppers can carry air-to-air missiles in this.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think these have it. I'm sure that's an issue later.
Understood.
They're so easy to hit that I may not have even noticed.
And that was one of the selling points of Ape Escape, is that Ape Escape could be played with just the two analog sticks plus the triangle, circle, square, X buttons. Like you didn't use the D-pad, you didn't use the shoulder buttons, and a huge amount of the game was just the two analog sticks.
Monarch, good luck.
That's a big plane. Okay.
Okay. What if...
And it does have a tail gun. It's shooting at me.
Oh, jeez. Would your ground missiles still work on, or would they drop you?
The ground missiles would not be able to lock onto an air target.
Dang. Did you have so many of them? Oh, hey. Never mind.
Thankfully, I still have a lot of standard missiles.
Eh? Standard works.
That one survived 2 missiles. I have to come back around. Which in this plane is easier said than done.
I noticed that when you get to a certain altitude, it does turn yellow. Is it still warning you to not get too high?
Is what turning yellow?
Your altitude. When you go to a certain height, or if you go there at a certain speed, yeah, it turns yellow.
Oh, that was because there was a missile coming at me.
Oh, right. Okay, unrelated.
Yeah, the whole HUD lights up when that's happening.
You know what? Good system.
Yeah, that's the oh shit alarm. Got him.
I wouldn't mind more proximity alarms for cars if I thought for a second they'd be used correctly. It's probably just me shaking my cane, but a lot of new car technology troubles me. I don't like we're heading towards touchscreens. I think it's very important that you can do something to a car without looking. I want big chunky analog buttons to adjust things in my car.
get a bunch of turbulence whenever you fly through the cloud cover.
You know, that's fair. That's a nice touch.
Got him. I think that's the same kind of. I think that's the same kind of plane as mine.
God, that was cool. I realize that a lot of my comments is boiling down to how cool the explosions are. God damn.
One's a long way off.
Yeah, really.
It's another big plane.
I understand missiles will do it, just need enough of them.
Yeah,
that-
gotta get closer to lock on though.
Yeah.
I believe Rex pointed out a little earlier. You can hit stuff outside the radius, the distance at which the gun cursor comes up, but you have to account for a lot of bullet drop.
That was the thing. That'd be a fun thing to do in other games. I can't remember which one it was, but if you played the game for long enough, it was insane the things you could end up doing. Because it wouldn't give you a target lock because your thing was too far away, and you could just fire and you'd still see his damage drop because.
Oh, a friendly got that one.
Whoa, whoa!
Who fired that shot? That was Dip.
Nice.
Good on you, Dip. That can happen. Unlike in Ace Combat, where your allies never shoot down anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Where, like, they're sort of just there, like, oh, you have squad mates, you can give them orders. And
Which is funny because in some of the Ace Combats, you can issue orders to your squad mates.
yeah.
In this, but they don't. But they almost never shoot down anything. In this, you can't command your allies directly, but they will get kills.
That's preferable, honestly.
Like that one just now.
The illusion of control. The illusion
Yeah.
of squad work. If they never shoot anything down.
This game does a good job of making you feel like you're in a war.
Yeah. But, like, not the only person fighting it.
Yeah, it's just you're not the only plane.
Yes.
I think it's just the choppers again. Missile was cycling. I gotta come back around.
Heard someone say that you want to feel like you're part of the world, not the world itself. And a lot of games get this wrong.
Something I liked about Quake 4.
Yeah.
That game conveyed a real
like
sense of like being on a battlefield.
The thing I got with Quake 4 is this ongoing sense of, all this big shit's happening around you. Not necessarily the biggest shit. You know? There could be even bigger stuff happening that you're not seeing. You're not necessarily the main character.
Think those mercs accept tips?
That's a certain
Take
point.
more than that to convince me. Did any of our forces get a positive ident on that aircraft that broke our line? Affirmative. A crowd. Mercenaries. Hard copy. Issuing theater-wide alert. Mercenary forces are now in play by the rebels. Hitman Team RTB. We're reporting similar successes up and down Cascadia. If Monarch keeps racking up kills like that, we're gonna need a bigger offshore account. Us versus the Federation. Yep, that's what we're doing now. No big deal, right? Right?
I understand his concern, but there is money to be made.
There is.
Well, Monarch's Monarch, and that's besides the point. We're home. Been about a decade, but we're back. Fighting the goddamn New World Order.
Taking on the Federation has that sense of, how does that go? We have you surrounded. Good, that means I can't miss.
This is what they call a target-rich environment.
Good job,
Yes.
Hitman Team. General Elizabeth reports your tactical support pretty much saved his men, and a respectable amount of firepower for the Independence
God
Force.
damn it.
Combined with deployments by the rest of Sicario and other mercenaries,
Just got a message from a friend sending me that Princess of the Pipes comic that's going around.
Oh, yeah.
The giant, yeah, and it's just, he just sent me the image and then just said,
wage this war the right way. Stand by for further taskings and get some rest.
So I don't know if you caught it a minute ago, but the Federation now recognized Monarch by his tail emblem.
well, I mean, I think he expected that.
Yeah,
I'd like to think he's made peace with that.
well, no, it's not just that. It's like they're aware of us in particular as a major threat. This is a thing that happens in not just in this game, but in basically every Ace combat.
Alright, so it's like a recurring thing. Good.
Yeah, you almost always play a mute but named pilot who becomes a known quantity to the enemy that you're facing. Some of them become afraid of you, some of them hate you, but they will know your name.
And they will send stuff your way.
Yes. They know that once you enter the scene, that the situation has changed and the situation has escalated.
Excellent. I kind of like that. That's fun. It's a good player feel.
Yeah. It's time for another briefing. Sirens of Defeat.
We didn't think we'd need you mercenaries at all, but unfortunately, what we hoped was going to be a relatively bloodless eviction of the Federation from our homeland has become an impossibility.
Presidia, Cascadia's capital, is falling. This afternoon, the first fully fledged Federation military units have come in from out of country to reinforce their garrisons here. Among them, a massive Federation naval fleet has secured a foothold in the capital. Independence Force Command planned this rebellion to have been timely enough to seize, hold, and place defensive positions in key territories within the country before their reinforcements came. Unfortunately, with the new wave of Federation reinforcements, Presidia's main urban centers have been lost, and we can't afford to lose any more manpower at the moment. A tactical retreat has been declared. Sicario, you, alongside other allied forces, will cover an immediate evacuation of our troops still holding out on the ground. By land, by air, and by sea, we are extracting from Presidia. Protect the evacuation moving out of the AO by raising hell and taking out any Federation units that are pressing on them. If we lose any more men, we might not be able to continue fighting against the Federation.
Presidia is where the fighting started in Cascadia. However, we refuse to have it be where it ends. Not like this. Hitman team, we expect much of you in this coming time.
Okay. No pressure.
Yeah. But in the words of Captain Price in Call of Duty 2, we'll be back for this town.
Oh, yes. Yes.
But first, some lore. Let's see. Files archive. After mission 4. The Cascadian National Guard. Maybe that's in factions. Cascadian Independence Force. There it is. The main defensive force of Cascadia, its only offensive operation to date, was in the Oceania War alongside other Federation states at the time. The lessons learned in Oceania has kept the remnant of the Cascadian National Guard afloat beneath the Independence Force banner. But at the beginning of the Cascadian conflict, its members were split in two between supporting the Federation or independence. Comprised of multiple branches, the Cascadian National Guard, if it had not been divided, might have stood fairly in a defensive war against the Federation.
All right.
So, the National Guard split between Loyalists and, Federation Loyalists.
Yeah. Which, I mean, like, I get how that happens, but, I mean, it's what your enemy counts on.
Yes, the note about Dust Mother. The new religion of this reality.
Oh, heavens.
We were molded from dirt by her hand, and as we were created, so shall we return to her. Bury us in the ash of our forefathers, and you will see us in flames. From the Book of Fire, First Perdition.
That sounds a little bit like some of the speeches from Something Wicked This Way Comes.
So it makes sense then that in a world that was literally lit aflame centuries before, you might have you might have a religion themed around fire.
I'm going to say that this always kind of makes sense. I mean, I think it's been blowing our minds for some time. I mean, it's fire.
Yeah. Fire's pretty interesting.
Like, we had some thunderstorms going around Australia recently. Ones that were actually, like, hitting our warehouse and stuff like that. And you go, yeah, I can see why there's almost always a god for this.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Salvamini vineyards, where we were just fighting.
Nice.
A Cascadian winery and vineyard at the heart of the country's agricultural sector. Has won the Federation-based Wine and Dine Showdown at the Khan's Castle for the last 4 years.
Nice. Good. So, vineyards in the middle of what we would call the breadbasket, I guess. So, yeah, I think you might have been on something with Oregon. It's like Oregon or Kentucky-ish, I guess.
If I look at the mission select, we would actually be able to see where in the world the missions take place.
Oh, right.
So we'll take a look at that in just a moment.
Of course.
Oh, Breezy says there's a storm by them at this moment.
Oh, yeah. Do you know what's going on with that? It's because Scum was telling me about this today, actually. There was this massive volcanic eruption that put, what was it? Something like 6,000 gigaliters of water into the atmosphere, about 40,000 feet up.
Damn.
So essentially, when this volcano erupted, it shot so much water into the atmosphere, it literally changed Australia's weather.
Whoa.
Yeah, I can believe it. It's apparently the equivalent of 60,000 Olympic swimming pools got shot into the air at a height that was bordering on atmospheric. And that's why, okay, admittedly, it's not summer here yet, not technically, although it is mighty close. It is still spring, but that's why we're already... we're getting sort of hot weather, but the rest of the country got hot weather, except my part got sheets of rain for about 3 days. Absolutely earth-shaking storms, snaps of trees. So that's why. Anyways.
To look at the mission selector, we'd have to back out of this menu.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we can always look at that later. If I remember, I don't know if the positions are exact, but I believe that Cascadia's capital is Presidia, and another city we'll be visiting later called Prospero, roughly correspond to the positions of Los Angeles and San Francisco.
That makes sense.
Roughly. I don't know if it's exact.
I mean, if nothing else, California has the population density that there is a cataclysmic event. Statistically, some people there will survive.
That's one way to look at it, I guess.
Yes.
Let's see. After Mission 4, the MG-31 becomes available, which I believe is the...
right?
Yes, I believe is the Foxhound, if I remember correctly. Let me check. Mikoyan MiG-31.
It would be, if I had to guess, because I think that's a...
I'm correct. It is the Foxhound.
Yeah. Because there's, in one of the Metal Gear games, someone uses a jet. I don't remember if it's the one in 2 or whatever, but someone uses a jet, and people are like, oh, it's MiG, or it's an MG-31. But they never point out that it's called a Foxhound, even though that would be a nice little tongue-in-cheek reference.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. First flew in September of 1975. Introduced properly in May of 1981. Still in active service in Russia and Kazakhstan.
Killer. All right, cool.
Stopped production ceased in 1994.
Okay.
519 of them were built in total.
That's not that many.
Rex says the Salvamini Vineyards location corresponds to the Wahluke School District in Washington State.
Okay, so you kind of caught it with Washington State.
Yeah, I figured it was somewhere around there.
There you go.
Let's
snowy. I guess it's not snowy all the time.
Let's see. Aside from the MG-31, The F-16 becomes available.
Hey!
The Falcon, I believe.
Yes.
Let's see. Do we want to use the MG-31 or the F-16? The F-16 has a much better yaw rate and turn rate.
I was gonna say, I seem to remember the F-16 being maneuverable as hell.
MG-31 is fast.
Well, that's good. Is it fast in a straight line?
Yeah, that's it. The Foxhound is one of two planes that are faster than the Canadian plane.
So, I mean, you should be able to outrun most missiles.
And the only plane faster than that is one of the super planes from the post game.
How does it turn, though?
Well, the turn rate ain't great in comparison to the F-16.
Yeah.
Yeah, the F-16 has less acceleration as well.
Yeah.
However,
So once MG-31's going, my God.
the Foxhound's response rating is better, and I forget what that means precisely.
Don't know.
Well,
Milliseconds between input and response, I guess.
either one will do for this mission. Which one would you like to see in action?
I can't lie, I kind of want to see the Foxhound in action.
Alrighty.
Curious.
Let's see. Let's take some multi-locks. It looks like I can take an extra complement of standard missiles. And then some multi-locks.
I feel like as long as you've got your standard missiles, you're probably okay. They seem to cover a lot of bases.
If you don't have anything else left, the standard missiles will do the job. It just might take a couple more hits than one of these more specialized submunitions. And away we go.
Fantastic.
Cascadia, 7:30 a.m.
Look, I've already been at work for half an hour.
Cascadia, on the nose, Sicario. Seems like the tactical retreat is in full
Foxhound's
swing.
got a fat fuselage.
It really does.
I could have lived my entire life within those city limits. Give me the sky any day. This is the evacuation defense units to anyone on this network. Please respond. We have heavy attacks along our evacuation routes and are in need of immediate assistance. That's our number, Sicario. Let's get to business. Hitman team, Sicario is spread out over the LO, so you are our busybodies. I'm highlighting more distress calls, so hit them ASAP. Rebel HQ advises that we do not pass into the port section of the city. The Federation has a battle group moored there. I'm getting requests for air support all up and down the board. Hitman, I'm hitting the first for you now. Get there before the evacuation line gets cut. You sure you got IFF 100% clear? So I don't always cash on collateral. You do your job, and I'll do mine, Hitman 2.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good casting that the person they got voicing Galaxy.
Yeah,
on all the
Galaxy's
voices
good.
they've got, he's like he's meant to be a former DJ, and that's actually pretty believable. A certain amount of resonance or a certain amount of flow to their speech. They sound like a professional talker, which I realize like everyone in this game is a professional talker, but they sound more like less like just a person. Which means everyone's doing their job correctly. Diplomat and comic don't sound like equals.
I think it's a little stilted by comparison to Galaxy.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
In the same way that a normal human being would be, I feel.
Rex is reinforcing the notion that we should not fly into the ports, well, the indicated section of the city where the Federation battle group is.
Yeah.
I believe they have a lot of AA over there.
They stayed behind to cover our retreat, so let's not waste their sacrifice.
Oh, somebody else took out my target.
Oh, nice.
There's a friendly unit down there, call sign Zeitwolf.
Zeit?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Well, Zeit means like time, doesn't it?
The time one?
Time Wolf? I don't know what kind of call sign that is. Got some enemy ships down there. Thankfully, I have plenty of missiles.
Excellent.
Ah, you can see on the radar a large red area.
What is that?
That is an indication
No
of...
fly zone?
Yeah, that's where we should not go if we want to stay airborne.
I see. Like, is the mission over or you get shut down? Or...
I think we'll very quickly get ripped up if we go over there.
I see.
Should be evacuated from this sector. Anyone out here should have no business being around. Free engagement. Going defensive. Radar lock, take him down. Don't tell stories about this mission, ladies and gents.
The fall of Cascadia. Better make my place in it.
Hard to see at this altitude.
Yeah, that's realistic, I guess.
Yeah. That's that shit done with. Gotta be careful with all these skyscrapers.
I will say flying through a city environment is really cool.
Yeah.
You always do it more than that. I realize it's got unpleasant implications in a game like this, but for the sake of the game, I do enjoy missions like that. Again, they put enough, they put as much effort into the city as they really had to. That's good.
It does.
I realize people say this about every major city that they fly near, but it makes me think of Melbourne.
Yeah.
I think it's whatever big city you've been near most recently. There are some changes. Like generally, I'm not going to say something looks like New York unless there's a certain amount of Art Deco.
What else we got? It's a big city.
It's seriously big. It's one of the things that made me think of Melbourne. It feels like it's just extending like all the way to the, like as much as wherever people live, the city is touching. I remember there was places that my friends back when I was a kid, they used to go camping in a place. I forget what it's called. It's called like Bacchus Marsh or something. But it was considered a place that you go camping. You know, not part of the city, not part of the suburbs. Melbourne has expanded so far that now Bacchus Marsh is on its train line. It's on the third tier of its train line, but that's just where Melbourne is now.
Huh.
It's essentially, it's very sort of Mega City 1 looking.
Oh, yeah.
I think. I think Sydney's technically still bigger, but Melbourne's sort of constantly on the bill.
Like the way it looks like in the movie Dread specifically.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say nicer. I mean, Melbourne's a great place if you want to, but it's just that it's huge. Like, you don't see where the city stops.
I haven't had much contact with Judge Dredd outside the two movies.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like anything else that's been going long enough that there's a bunch of shit as well.
Yeah.
One thing's going for like 30 years or whatever. But no, I'm of the camp of I understand a lot of people these days that I could have handled another 2 or 3 Dread movies like the Carl Urban one.
Yeah,
So,
I'd watch those.
I don't think we're getting them at this point.
No.
In like 10 years. Okay. The Stallone one I enjoy, but it's like, it's a bit of fun. It's not really Judge Dredd.
Nah. I don't know what they were thinking putting Rob Schneider in that movie.
Yeah, I'll give Rob Schneider this. There are celebrities out there that are a conflict because you don't enjoy their work, but they seem like cool people. You know, you're James Blunt. Don't really care for James Blunt's music, but every time I see him interviewed, the dude's a laugh. Then there's people who like, the work they produce is incredible, but the more you hear about them, it's like, oh, okay, but I don't think I'd want to hang out with you.
Yeah.
Michael Fassbender's. He's actor. Sounds like kind of an asshole.
Is he?
Kind of an asshole. Oh, I think so. I think he's
Is he
one of those...
I was gonna mention. Oh, good. I was gonna mention Mark Wahlberg.
Apparently, he used to be worse during his Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch days.
As my understanding is that he beat an old Chinese man half to death for drug money.
Oh, Jesus.
He didn't actually kill him.
Yeah,
But
he has said several times that he's super glad that social media and phone cameras weren't as much of a thing when he was younger.
yeah, no shit. If you have to say that, then you're an asshole.
That's bad. But Rob Schneider makes things easy because his work is terrible and it's a terrible movie. He
Well, there you
makes
go.
things really simple.
Just write him off.
What he produces, and he does every bad opinion that can exist. He sucks. So,
No, thank you.
good work, Game Grumps, getting him as a guest star.
I have not watched
amazing choice.
I haven't watched Game Grumps in a couple of years now. I was basically just watching it for Danny, and when I heard Danny was a sex pest, I was like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing is like he's not even like that outrageous a sex pest, but he's living the rock star life, which is still pretty gross, given that they're trying to project a nicer image than that.
Like even if you know, it's not like some people where the fans he was schmoozing with were also underage.
No, it's not that good,
He's still abusing an obvious power dynamic. You know?
Yeah, no, he's acting like a 1960s, 1970s rock star, which, I mean, for all the music that these guys produce, fuck the way they act, seriously.
Yeah, which on the one hand, I guess he's living his dream, but maybe you could probably do that without exploiting people.
Yeah, at best, it's incredibly sleazy.
Yeah.
Like that's the best you can say for it. It's really greasy.
But I gave up Ego Raptor for being a talentless hack a long time ago.
It is so reassuring to hear someone say that. No, I don't want to do like this like non-stop character assassination. He is a master of acquiring people around him that are a million times more talented than he is.
Yeah, and then driving them away.
He specializes that. He's great at that. He can
Like, you know,
organize people together.
Like it turned out that Jontron was a bigger piece of shit than him, but I always wondered whether like it was whether it was Aaron that drove John away, and I'm pretty sure it might have been.
To him,
Barry left, Kevin left.
Yeah, I equate a lot of that to being like just him being like incredibly dumb at the time. I don't know whether he would say stuff like that now. Like I think not. It's not for me to speculate. I don't care.
Also, his wife fleeces people on Etsy.
Oh fuck that! Oh yeah. That was the whole thing as well. Too.
Like it's
like
it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder whether they started. It makes you wonder whether they started Game Grumps as like a tax dump.
I wonder.
Like it's just.
Like, I don't think they're like evil people, but like they're of any group that they're around, they're like the least talented, least good people.
Welcome to the Chaos and Lex shit on Game Grumps Power Hour.
Kind of. He'll never know about it. Anyone who cares isn't going to listen to us.
Yeah, it's like, and even if I was at their level, I would not willingly associate with them.
I don't think so.
I gotta make sure not to hit this fucking tower.
If like we saw one of them at an event, like I don't think we'd go out of our way to be mean or like that. Shit, probably even be cordial. What am I like? I default to the rules when it comes to social engagement. But if for whatever reason neither of us was ever successful, I don't think we would, latch on just for the sake of a shot at the big time. It's all very speculative.
I don't see myself appearing on Game Grumps.
No. I think I've reached the peak of my YouTube darlingism by having 2 game creators say, "Hey, thanks for playing."
I mean,
And
you could get a
one
couple
other-
more game creators. It could happen.
It could happen. And I had one streamer that I'd mentioned previously subscribe to me, and that blew my mind a little bit.
I've built a cordial relationship with a number of small game devs. They're the
That's
people.
cool.
They're the people to talk to. Like,
Yeah.
if you're small, you should talk to other small people. Build a network.
Increasingly, especially in a world where I enjoy streaming on YouTube, and I'll continue to enjoy doing it, but I feel like we're pretty much at the stage where Let's Plays, you can't succeed just by doing them. I think these days we're in the era of big budget video essays, bordering on small films. And one of the things where if you're not already making enough money to make those things, you can't compete with the people who are. So Let's Plays, like what me and you do, I think is reserved for the people who just enjoy games and want to share the experience with people. And aren't really thinking about the overall. They're not thinking of the bottom line here. We're not thinking about. I'm sorry, this sounds so pretentious, but we're not thinking about the money. Like, I don't intend to ever see a thing done. I'm just trying to spread games around and enjoy myself. Maybe make people think, maybe, or play a game. I don't know.
Time to fight some airships.
Indeed.
Not that one. But at the end of the day, that's what it's about for me. It's sharing games with people.
Yeah, no, exactly. There was one thing I wanted to mention this specifically. There was one of the things in a more recent-ish episode of Game Grumps where I could see they were going from a position of good intentions, but I think they were trying too hard to be the good guys. How much do you know about I think it's the Danganronpa series?
Not much.
Not much. Okay. There's a character in it who they seem to be female. They seem to be female. That's like that's the thing. Everyone thinks they're a girl. It's later revealed that they are male. But here's the thing: they are male, and they do not think of themselves as female. But because they're short and because they're slow to hit puberty, they dress and act like a girl, so that people pick on them less because it's okay to be a small, not physically strong girl than it is to be a small, not physically strong guy. Like, their voice hasn't broken, stuff like that. They're like 14, their voice hasn't broken, so they disguise effectively as a girl. It's not who they identify as. And like, it's even an important part of their character that it's temporary. Like, they're living as a girl until they can get stronger. They want to get stronger, they want to start lifting weights, they want to become more masculine. It's integral to their character. When the character is revealed to actually be male, and other characters start using male pronouns for them, the Game Grumps start like really shitting on the other characters and shitting on the game devs as well. It seemed very Sigma-like to me. Because they're like, oh yeah, no, Japan's got big issues, and okay, Japan does have big issues, but this is not an example of this. You know, you're jumping at shadows. The examples offered in this game are not transphobic, but they were like really like freaking out, like, oh, this is gross, this is gross. I'm not going to start saying he just because the game's saying he. I'm going to keep saying she. It's like, well, you're actually misunderstanding the character.
Yeah.
But they were really beating their chest about how transphobic it was. It's like, you know, I'm no doubt for a second there's a huge transphobic James coming out of Japan, but this ain't one of them, buddy, and you're talking about it. So it smacked of wanting to appear to be too. And that was the thing that goes.
This is definitely after I stopped watching them. I don't remember this bit.
Yeah, but it was just, I tried watching it and I'm just like, oh boy. Everyone knows that you're good people, you know. But hey, to me, it was such a willful misunderstanding of the character and story. I watched the rest of Danganronpa, so I lost my patience with that story.
Would not be the
section.
would not be the first time Igor Raptor misinterpreted something completely. If I remember correctly.
I don't remember exact examples, but I know there were other instances where.
Thank you for saying that, Breezy. Breezy was saying that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very kind.
And Rex isn't wrong. This is kind of turning into a. Oh shit! I need to turn back. This is sort of turning into a long-form video essay.
Oh yes, I suppose. But it was. I can't remember any of the examples, but I remember Ego Raptor would lay down like law about like Japan. Oh no, and about voice acting. So like, wow, I'm way double this. But he would just be like, oh, this is this and this is that, and he would say like with an absolute fact, like he was an authority on it, and he would keep on getting it wrong.
Yeah.
Like, at least say, I think, or I suppose, but he would just like really state it empirically. And
it's like how
it's like how worried about.
It's like how Sandy Peterson keeps going on Twitter and saying stuff about Doom, and then John Romero will correct him.
Yes.
Hey Sandy, hope you're doing well.
I think John Romero's had a good redemption arc, because I don't doubt that he was acting like kind of an ass in the 90s. Like, of the alumni of that game, he's actually currently, as far as I can tell, he's cringing.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to John than Carmack at this point.
I know Carmack is
Romero
like
over Carmack.
Yeah, he's like a legitimate genius, but the fact that he's like going to base stuff like that, seriously, be more.
Like I don't. If you've been on fucking Joe Rogan, I don't have to listen to you anymore.
Great.
I think that's a good measure.
Anyway, so how's the mission going?
Well, let's see. There's another airship. I've taken out a bunch. Hey, look at that one.
Oh, straight down like a Super Star Destroyer. Love it.
Yeah, after I took out the first wave of planes, another wave appeared with airship support. So this is I think this is the biggest battle up to this point, which makes sense. Like, this is a game about serial escalation.
Yeah, I'm getting that. And then the first mission was like, oh, there's some people in prop planes, and there's a stationary target there, blow it up, and
now we have, like, you know, multiple armed capital-grade airships. Didn't take that one down yet. Needs another hit. I will say the Allies tend to have a habit of stealing your airship kills. Yeah, like that.
Those are my favorite ones, I think.
It just happened.
I mean, I'm glad they're good for something, but
because it's a big target and you've stripped all their defenses, and the Allies don't have much trouble hitting them at that point.
I suppose. I guess if you have a lot of things to do in the mission, not having to do everything yourself is pretty cool. But man,
yeah,
airship attacks are pretty cool.
I believe there's at least one mod that lets you use one.
Oh.
I have not played that. There's a lot of mods for this.
Like
most of the vast majority.
Being such a big target.
Yeah, probably. The vast majority of mods that I've seen add just new skins for the planes, but a number of them are more ambitious than that. I don't think there's any more airships in the air right now, just mopping up the fighters. Believe it or not, this is all like delaying action while the Independence Force evacuates the city.
I mean, I feel like it would draw a lot of attention.
Yeah, we must have their attention at this point.
Yeah.
We're good. Mission over. You'll notice it didn't say mission complete.
Ah.
We've done all we can here.
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
I mean, it's kind of peaceful flying over the cloudy city. I dig it.
Yeah.
Thanks to you.
I hate to say it, but I don't think we're getting to mission 11 today.
No, you don't think
Was
so?
that mission 3?
That was mission 5.
That was mission 5? Really? Okay. Dig it.
During the evacuation, we airlifted some of our most
I got time.
fighters,
If you don't,
along
that's,
with
I mean,
Federation
it happens.
defectors and
I do not
civilians who
believe
wanted
I
to join
did.
up with us
I got a bit more to go
did
yet,
Cascadia.
but
All right.
We're at the brink right now, and losing the capital
see
was a
how we
blow.
do.
But thanks to you, we can survive this. Stand by for your next op orders.
you get so much money now. I mean, what do you spend all of it on at this point?
At this point, nothing. I own all
Yeah.
of the planes.
Originally, it's for jets, I guess.
Yeah.
The Federation's interest in Cascadia has always been clear. It's as clear today as it was when we went into an association with them over half a century ago. Power. Our cordium deposits has made Cascadia an interest of the core Federation states perpetually, and because of that, we know exactly how to fight back. Even though we've lost many key territories as Federation forces land in country, we have a plan on how to cripple their advances and make them reevaluate their entire purpose here.
Mercenary forces throughout Cascadia are being tasked to attack geothermal processing and storage facilities as the Allied main force maintains our front line. By striking these targets, the Federation will have to direct forces otherwise concentrated on the front line to defending these key resource points. Hitman Team, Sicario will be tasked to hit separate facilities in the Yellowstone exclusion zone. Your area of operation will be one of the main storage facilities along the Apodoc Fracture. Fly in, destroy as much of the facility as you can, and RTB before reinforcements respond en masse. It's suggested that you bring a well-rounded loadout on this one. Once the Federation knows what we're doing, they're going to be retaliating hard.
Isn't Coridium like super unstable, or is it just potentially dangerous?
It's quite unstable.
Because the idea of severing lines of it and messing up the supply, I feel like that could go horribly wrong.
It could. It really could.
I'm envisioning something like like dilithium crystals or something like that.
Or Nergon 14 in the Star Wars Droids cartoon.
Ah, yeah. I guess
The most unstable
realized that
rock
he's-
element in the universe, they called it.
Yeah, I realized that he's like just sort of shows up and does whatever, but I am super impressed that I don't think anyone else has ever voiced C-3PO. Doesn't matter if it's for a commercial or Lego Star Wars or droids. Just Anthony Daniels is there, man.
Yeah. Let's see. After mission
He's another one
5.
I've met. Nice guy.
Oh, nice.
It was kind of cool because a friend of mine, they were like doing the start of Indiana Jones, and so my friend was there as Indiana Jones and getting away with the idol and stuff. And Anthony Daniels came out as Belloc, and you did a pretty good job.
Let's see.
And just like Belloc, he can really drink.
So, the formation of the Federation.
Mm.
The Ring of Fire has defined human history. First by destroying it once, and now in the AC era being harnessed. The Federation is primarily Pacific-based international conglomerate of geothermal energy producer nations, formed in the last 100 years after a massive reformation meant to reconsolidate power throughout the world. It is the number one producer of geothermal energy and cordium. It maintains its production, output, and growth by bringing more and more geothermal producers within its folds, either by diplomatic means or, rarely, by force. In its early years, the core states of the Federation came under fire by the other relevant powers of the world due to its blatant monopoly on geothermal power. Nowadays, criticism is met by embargoes, which often cripple entire nations.
Right. So it's somewhere between China and the UAE, honestly.
Mhm.
Sort of amalgamation of the two. That's scary.
Let's see. Presidia. The Cascadian capital city and the largest of Cascadia's founding cities, Presidia is the largest city in the northwestern hemisphere, boasting a skyline that rivals even the Federation megacities of the core and the far-off megatropolis of Constantinople. Presidia maintains the heart of Cascadia's existence on the world stage, and is often the connecting point between the periphery and the broader world for many not born in a geothermal available nation. The definition of a modern city, its ports host commerce from throughout the world, and much of Cascadia's geothermal output travels through here at some point. The Cascadian government runs Cascadia from Presidia's antiquated, renovated main fort installation, from which the city derives its namesake.
Interesting that it's called Constantinople.
Yeah.
It's also called New Amsterdam.
And that, if there's even a city where New York is in our world.
Yeah, good point.
And
I
also
wonder
that,
if technically I live in New Holland.
and also that Constantinople in this world is a megatropolis.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of dig that.
Yeah.
Nice to think of Gyros being everywhere. Okay with that. They do good ice cream too.
Solstitium. Cascadia's lost city. Second most powerful among Cascadia's founding cities due to its overabundance of geothermal resources and cordium. 40 years prior to the Cascadian conflict, mishandling of a cordium shipment ignited the deposits beneath Solstitium and created the first artificially created exclusion zone in the AC era. Thousands died and countless more were displaced in the fallout, and the Cascadian National Guard maintains a strict security state around the border of Solstitium. Solstitium's ruling family, the Solis family, have ever since the accident lobbied to be allowed back into the ruins, only to be denied. Many Solis family members now run citizen militias that meant to eventually force their way back in. In the current state of war, however, they have become inadvertently among the first partisans against the Federation.
So it's a bit like Centralia in the United States, except a bigger city.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Writ large.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think Centralia, as of this recording, is now officially abandoned. A while back, there was still like 60 people living there, but even they gave it up.
I mean, not much of a life to lead there, I'm sure.
I can imagine being stubborn about it, but once there's signs all
like
around your city saying, if you go in, you know, when no one's held liable, I think it's a pretty bad sign.
It's like the people still living in Pripyat.
People still live in Pripyat?
People, there apparently are scattered people living in the Chernobyl exclusion zone to this day.
Okay.
Here and there.
Huh.
At least that's what I heard. It's not like stalker or anything, but
No, I guess not.
let's see. For mission 6, Machine of the Mantle, the Harrier becomes available.
Ooh.
Or
Very famous jet.
Accipiter, as they call it.
Yes.
Along with the... Oh, wait. That would be available after this mission. I misread. What's available now is the MiG-29. Which I think is the... I want to say the Foxbat? Let me look this up.
Oh, this makes sense. Sorry, I just looked it up. Accipidrae is a family of birds, including hawks and eagles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, the MiG-29 is the... Let's see. NATO... Oh, excuse me. This is the Fulcrum.
Oh. It's really cool looking.
It is. I like how the Fulcrum looks.
Yeah.
It was developed as a counter to the F-15 Eagle and the F-16 Fighting Falcon.
Nice.
First flew in October of 1977, introduced properly in August of 1983, still in service. Russian Aerospace Forces, Indian Air Force, Uzbekistan Air and Defense Forces, and Ukrainian Air Force.
Huh.
Still produced today. Approximately 1,600 of them were built to date.
Wow. I mean, if it ain't broke, right?
A little more successful than the Foxhound, I guess.
Yeah, just a bit.
Rex is hammering on the point that he would like to know what the hell the Cascadians were thinking when they thought that this would be a bloodless revolution.
I mean, there have been such things, but I can think of one off the top of my head.
I believe the transition... well, the one I remember reading about was the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, that's the only one I've heard of as well.
The transition of the Czechs from Soviet control to being whatever they are now was apparently painless, relatively.
Yeah, no, it was all just, you know, a bunch of students and agreements and diplomacy and bureaucracy, and it all sort of figured out.
I don't know how much better off they are today. I hear that the current Czech Republic ranks very high on the international corruption index.
I imagine so, but I like to think they still do better there than as part of the
Better now than when they were
amalgamation.
amalgamated with Yugoslavia. Yeah, perhaps.
I think so. I think there's a chance. I don't know. I admit, everyone I've known who either lives. I don't know about the Slovakia side of things. I knew one person who was. They talked about being Slovakian, but they were like their great grandfather was Slovakian, so I don't know how much they knew about it. But I've known people who either live in the Czech Republic or people who have frequented the Czech Republic, and it might be corrupt as hell, but there seems to be a very high quality of living for both tourists and residents. So
Rex is saying that you would likely only have the money to purchase the exhibitor after this mission if you had only used the F4 up to this point.
I see. Well,
you don't get enough money in a straight playthrough to buy every plane. I remember grinding some levels to buy new planes.
Right. Oh, you can do that. That's good.
You can do that, yes. I was obviously not going to do that in this playthrough.
No.
Let's see. So aside from the...
bigger than the others.
Yes, just a bit. The F-14 is a large plane.
Yes.
The Tomcat is notably the highest tier plane that you can use in the game normally, which is 2-seat.
That's cool.
Obviously, I've made every plane a 2-seater.
Yes.
But if you wanted to fly an optimized for mercenary run using the super planes, you would not have Prez normally.
Well then.
I mean, Rex, you you make a fair point. He concedes that there have been bloodless revolutions in history, but a nation like the Federation, infamous for grabbing cordium and geothermal sources and never letting go, it was naive of the Cascadians to expect a bloodless coup.
Yes, I would say so.
You can't blame them for hoping.
Yeah, there's no blame and hope, but yeah, I would still call it naive. I would still do that.
And there's a lot of Cascadian natives in the Federation military, and they probably wanted to avoid having to fight their own people.
Oh, totally. But I mean, like, it's one of these modern messages you get in a lot of both like films and TV, anime, games is, frankly, the complexity of war. You know, you can be hopeful. You can hope that you're fighting an unambiguous enemy, but even an unambiguous enemy hasn't been that common, historically speaking. There's always been some muddiness to it. Well, not exactly. There's usually been some muddiness to it. And even then, when you're fighting such an enemy, like, bad things still get done by both people. I'm not saying that the outcome isn't still worth it. Like in the case of World War II, I want to say, perhaps controversially, that the right side won.
I mean, I feel like it's easier. I feel like it's easy to say better the other side than the Nazis.
Yes. It's one that you can definitely.
It's just unfortunate that the other side happened to be comprised of a as bad, if not worse, totalitarian state in the Soviet Union.
That's a big one.
And at least in the case of my country, one that's apparently on its way to becoming a totalitarian state.
It was a turning point. The power and between the scientists it picked up and the war plunder, for lack of a better description, changed things. It's one of the things that, I mean, for all his faults, Eisenhower was kind of aware of and worried about himself.
I think, whatever his faults, I think it was very prescient of Eisenhower to caution against the supremacy of the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, I think that's an important final message.
I think it was important that he said that. I think.
Yes.
But frankly, if people aren't going to listen to Eisenhower, or any given former president, I don't know who they're going to listen to.
Well, quite. I mean, so like you can say long term, the results, there's some shakiness here and there, but ultimately it's still one of those wars where, I think I'm glad the people who won did.
As an American, I could do without a procession of war criminals in our highest public office.
Yeah, it's awkward. But no, games address that, and
This is
shows
this is
address
this
that, and films
this
address
isn't a
that.
political stream. What are you talking about? Speaking of the F-14, by the way, the Tomcat also becomes available at this point in the campaign.
Oh, nice.
So for the next mission, would you like to see the Tomcat or the Fulcrum?
I gotta be honest, the Tomcat.
I think either will work. If this is a mission I'm thinking of, it may be the Tomcat's size may be a little iffy, but we'll see. Let's see. High velocity standard missiles, high impact standard missiles.
If you are not sure, I do not mind the other jet, obviously. I just said the Tomcat because it's really famous.
Yeah, this is the plane I used for my favorite mission, which is the mission everybody talks about, Mission 11.
Yeah, no worries.
Rex will be departing us
No worries. No
after
worries.
this mission. It's getting late for him. Thank you for joining us, Rex.
No worries. Very cool.
Let's try these high velocity missiles. Let's see, multi-locks. There are ground targets. I'll bring some small bombs.
Yeah. All bases covered.
Yep. Apodoc fracture. 1730 hours.
Not bad.
I believe this puts us somewhere in maybe what would have been Montana.
Huh. That's kind of look it.
But a huge chunk of the west and north of North America is missing in this universe. Blown out when Yellowstone exploded.
Speaking of huge chunks, you can play a tennis match on the back of the jet.
Yeah, the F-14 is not a small plane.
It is not.
I believe the wings do hold out because if I recall, the Tomcat has a variable wing setup.
I believe so. Sorry. I love a bit of the content. Hey, that was Comic having a good time. Good for her.
Yeah. Took a little bit of ground fire there.
Yeah. I want to say flying through the embers looks really cool.
What's the priority target? Looks like it's over that way. We don't need to destroy this base. I can. Or we could move on.
Please so. It looks like it'd be fun to blow up if I'm honest. You got the missiles though.
Yeah. Oh, incoming. Huh.
Whoa,
This
that's
is
a tenacious one.
This is quite a bit more maneuverable than whichever plane I was using last. I think the Foxhound.
Yeah, it's got really flexible. Like you keep on seeing its tail wings keep on bending. It's really cool. Probably why these things are still going strong, relatively strong.
Yeah, it's easy to forget how old a lot of combat aircraft are now.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the ones you see in Top Gun, which is not a recent film.
No.
Still trucking instead, so.
Yes. This being the plane featured prominently in Top Gun.
Yes, very much so.
Wasn't Goose Maverick's weapons officer and the guy in the back?
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the other Gooses. Who made the triple-barreled mistake of being called Goose and then showing off his wife and young child in the same film. Don't know what he was thinking. Yeah. He didn't mention that he was near retirement or thinking about it, but Although I think he was thinking about retirement now. He might have mentioned that in the film. Top Gun was like super confusing to me because I saw it when I was like 3 or 4 years old. And I just remember seeing like lots of jets, and he had like Kenny Loggins singing over the top. And all my brain was doing was going, oh, that's a really high-pitched voice, and these are a lot of jets. And so it was, to me, it was just like the Starscream film. Like I just connected Kenny Loggins and Starscream and jets. It's just like it was just all one thing for me.
That's really funny.
Yeah. I like that the music is taking on an air raid siren sound. That's really cool. Because it's really air raid without actually being distracting or obnoxious.
I don't think the air raid siren is actually part of the music.
Really? Well, it super works with it. Oh no, I see there's some music as well. Oh well, the air raid harmonizes with it nicely. VRing this game is going to get very interesting.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
That motif that's playing right now recurs in a number of tracks.
Oh, nice. I suppose it occurs to me the guy who made HROT would actually have some insight.
Oh, there we go. The wings folded out when I slowed down.
Oh, that's cool. Oh man, the way the tail ones go back and forth when you turn, that's really neat.
Yeah.
I like it. But like the guy who made HROT, this is actually super frustrating. He obviously has a lot to say about like the history of the Czech Republic and of course of Czechoslovakia before it was the Czech Republic.
Yep.
And we are never going to get any lore on HROT because in his previous game he wrote huge amounts of lore, and everyone who played the game admitted, so like, oh yeah, the game was okay. I didn't read any of the lore though. He'd written like pages of it, and he was so pissed about it. And he's like, yeah, well, the next game's getting exactly no lore there. So,
I didn't know he made a game before HROT.
No, I didn't really. He didn't really make a mark in other countries. I haven't managed to find it or anything. But like, there's all these questions I have about the world of HROT that I'm never gonna get any answers to.
That game really goes off the rails in its third episode.
Yes. I thought I was thinking this game's pretty weird. Sure. Still not what I was expecting. I thought, okay, I expect that part. Didn't expect the bits afterwards.
I kind of actually preferred the sort of slightly weird, like Slav punk feel of the first episode.
It's an odd game for me in is that
we've got an airship.
A big one. That looks like a B-wing.
Yeah. There are a couple of different models.
Nice. I enjoyed replaying HROT, but I can't imagine replaying the last episode that often.
Yeah.
Like the first two, because I like the time travel of the second one. It sort of works. But like the first episode is actually for me the strongest.
I feel like that's true.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the case. I feel like that's the case of a lot of games, especially some of the old ones. When the first episode was the shareware episode and the one everybody most likely played, they might have like
Doom 1. That's true for me.
Yeah, like I feel like Knee Deep in the Dead is a little stronger than Shores of Hell or Inferno.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's good levels in both of those episodes, but although when it comes to Wolf 3D, I actually feel like it's one of the weird ones that I liked. Can't remember. But like, Wolf's a very different sort of game.
I've never actually played through Wolf 3D.
I think you would enjoy it, and I think you could do it.
I'm sure I could.
But I don't know, you might find aspects of it dull or frustrating. Because I mean, it's good.
I certainly don't like how the maps are laid out.
No, it's a video game. You know, it's got points. It's got
Check this out. Check out the Cordium crater. Yeah, this is exposed activated Cordium.
That rolls.
That might just be. That could just be lava, actually.
That's a really good reveal, honestly. I guess really Cordium should be lava-ish. I mean,
you'll notice
so much energy.
You'll notice the airships trailing Cordium particles behind them.
Hmm.
They actually have like Cordium drives for engines.
I love that. The way the missions play out, the missions very slowly introduce you to more fantastical elements.
Yes.
The first one's really quite grounded.
It is.
Hit him.
Wasn't enough.
Dang.
Coming around for another pass. Oh shit, oh shit. We're good, we're good. Yeah, I got a little nervous there for a second. This should do it. There it goes.
Nice.
That airship
you
is...
got to have that one.
Yeah, I got that. That was actually my kill.
Nice. I forget, was it ever like revealed in any way, shape, or form that Top Gun was like a big recruitment film for the Navy, or was it just heavily suspected?
I mean, pretty much every American film with military assets in it has like funding from our military.
Yeah.
They've gotten way more obvious about it in recent years.
Yes.
Like the fucking Transformers movies.
Thank you. I was just about to mention the Bayformers. Yes. I really like Bumblebee though. Love that film compared to the others. But no, it's like.
I still haven't seen Bumblebee actually.
It's worth it. It's worth it. It honestly is. There's not that much military precedent. There's good use of the actual transforming and vehicle mode mechanics, something that the other films seem to have weakness.
Yeah.
No, like people actually use. Basically, what I can think of is there's a fight scene where they actually, for a few seconds, recreate part of the original TV show opening, which is to say they have two of them fighting in robot form. One picks up the other and like throws them across like the battleground, the landscape, and they transform into their car form to cushion their landing, and then do a loop, rev up a bunch of speed, and then drive back towards their opponent, and then transform at the last second to tackle them.
That's
like,
cool.
That's cool. That's using it correctly. That's someone who kind of gets it. And it's got John Cena in, and like I can't explain this, but somehow like John Cena is one of these people that when just like the sight of him makes me laugh. He's like a mascot or something.
He's kind of funny
like,
looking.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a real person. Like,
yeah, he looks like somebody made him in a character creator.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. He won his cold case. He's actually not juiced up, which is insane. But like, if you look at like his frame, like there's a bit in the wrestling I want to say where he's meant to be like wiping his hand over his face in disbelief, and it looks like someone's throwing a baseball mitt at him. His hands at him. Like he doesn't.
Oh.
He either looks like a character creator thing, or he kind of looks like one of the human soldiers from Small Soldiers. Does that make sense?
I know what you're talking about.
And yeah, no, he's fine in that. It's one thing that's like oddly important to me is that for all his attempts to be like the breakout who becomes a movie star, literally every other wrestler who's appeared in the film has made a bigger impact on Hollywood than Hulk Hogan. Like, Randy Savage is both Bonesaw and the Kool-Aid Man. You know, he belongs to the echelons of pop culture now.
Yeah. Best if I take care of all these fighters.
Yeah, I would say so.
As Rex pointed out, there's a little bit of a furball forming.
Yeah, just a bit.
It'll be difficult to deal with the remaining priority ground targets with all these guys swarming around me.
It's making me think of bees, actually.
Of bees?
Of bees, yeah. So many of them.
It gets worse.
I mean, again, more things to hit, I suppose.
Yep.
God.
Got him.
I think, yeah, I'm sure. I think Montana might be right. There's not really any parts of. I mean, I know that they're not that, but there's other parts of Australia that kind of look like this. On observation, it looks a little bit like parts of the Gobi Desert as well.
Where'd you go? There you are. This one's zippy. I guess because he's in an F-16.
Yeah.
There we go. Got him. Man, this one's just a Phantom. Should be easier to deal with.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that was a little close.
Yeah. Can't see nothing. Pretty.
Yeah, I don't know if this is... I'm not sure if this is cloud cover or smoke. Where the hell?
Could be either at this point. There's a lot going around. See, I didn't even know you were that way up.
Yeah, only have the altimeter to go off of at this point.
Yeah.
Nah, missed it. I'm sure this one will be easier to deal with. Proceeds to evade me.
Hey, you can't always predict.
He's not getting away this time. Alright, any more planes? Looks like there's a couple. But not all of them are on me at this point. Except that one. Whoever just shot at me.
Yeah, thanks.
Alright, strafe that one. Didn't get him.
I like the camera shake you get going over the clouds.
Alright, got that one. Who's next? Alright, I need to be able to see what I'm doing.
Yeah. I'm glad you got the altimeter because it feels like you're flying towards the ground really fast.
Kinda does, doesn't it?
It does a bit.
Somebody's still on me.
Guns, guns, guns.
Got that one. Alright, alright, nobody... What's up? It is. I forget the name of this track. Every mission has its own track, though.
Cool.
And there's a couple of bonus tracks that only appear in the Conquest mode.
Oh, neat.
What do we got over here? Transport choppers, I think.
Oh, probably. Just for the hell of it. I want to say, this is a mistake that a lot of games have made. I like that your engine sound is there, but it's not like deafening.
Yeah, it's present but not obtrusive.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a few games I've played where they feel the need to, again, go that level. Oh, don't forget, jet engines are really loud, so it's just like the whole time. Don't need that level of realism.
I believe this is the mission. I think it is. We're gonna have to do a little barnstorming in a minute.
Okay.
In an F-14. Should be able.
Wide.
A little wide, yes.
Yeah.
I forget what plane I did this with originally. Still got a few targets to take out in this area.
Well, I mean, if you fly sideways, you don't take that much room. You're just kind of wide. You just need to...
I would not like to have to do this all again.
No, agreed.
Could happen.
Right on target. Positive tone. Ground asset knocked out. Engaging.
That's a refreshingly normal response.
Yeah, Prez is a little excitable.
Launch missile. Beta is mine. Enemy penetrating the count.
Fly low, line up, shoot, then fly up. Yeah, fair enough. I think these little bombs are dropping in at like a burst of 3 at a time.
Oh, nice.
This is making me go through my ammo quicker.
Yeah, there is that.
This is what I brought them for.
It's good to see your STMs drop below triple digits, honestly.
Yeah, I've been using a lot of missiles.
Yeah.
No sense using the can't use the multi-lock air-to-airs, and not much sense using the high-velocity missiles on these targets.
No, they're not really going anywhere.
One measly little oil tank left.
Nice.
All right, this base has been dealt with. Moving on. Still an airship in the air. I better deal with that. Multi-lock should help.
Guessing.
Somewhere amongst all this Anakin and Obi-Wan fight.
Does look a little Mustafar, doesn't it?
That's a little bit. Needs more, huh?
Well, it says I missed, which means I hit the underside of the airship and not the actual, like, defense mount I was trying to destroy.
Okay. Didn't look like it missed me, but...
All right, now it's exposed. Still flying. The high-velocity missiles don't hit as hard, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
All right, that one's going down.
There we go.
All right, what else we got? Yeah, these cordium extractors. We can't hit those from up here. We have to fly into those tunnels.
Oh, I don't... that,
Should be doable. We might be able to hit them without actually flying in if we come in low.
I was gonna say, is this even a job for aircraft? It seems like it's not a job for aircraft.
Well, I'm not sure what else you would get out there with
No, I suppose not.
Unless you got like some kind of ground vehicle that can stand that kind of heat.
And not off the top of my head. I keep on thinking that we've invented the lava submarine, but I don't think that's.
All right, yeah, I hit it. Did not have to actually fly in.
All right.
We're good.
This, I think, would explain Rex's frustration with this mission. Because there's a lot to do in the first part, and then you can die very easily in the second part.
Yes.
I think that would be pretty bad.
Very easily.
And
if this is also the mission I'm thinking it is, it's good that we have some missiles left over.
I see. I think it's one of the things that kept me from...
Man, look at the glow at this altitude.
That's intense. It looks like you're playing with Virtual Boy.
Red as hell. You can actually take convection damage if you're close enough to that shit down there.
I believe that.
Boo earns. Do the cool thing.
No. Do it with your own plane.
I am not doing that shit in an F-14. Not when we're on a time frame. Yeah, do it with your own fucking plane. I don't know if that one's gonna connect. Okay, yeah, it did. All right, this next extractor I think is the last target in the area for the next phase of the level.
All right. Jeez,
Maverick would have done it.
It's not a mid-air resupply.
Nope, not in this game. Some of the Ace Combats have a thing where you can fly off of the one of those missed, but the other one connected.
Okay.
Some of the Ace Combats have a thing where you can fly off a specific edge of the map, and you'll be rearmed and then spit back into the game area. Here we go.
All right, we got Crimson.
Enter Crimson 1. Our rival for this game.
Let's see. Crimson, red.
Here they come.
Red 1. I think red 1 was Biggs, but I wouldn't swear.
Your objective here is to flee.
Oh, okay. They're that bad.
You can take out one of them, and out of sheer bewilderment, they will retreat. Engagement not advised. This is on normal. I'm pretty sure I can take one of them down.
Okay, but...
On Mercenary, you better believe I got the hell out. So, you see that shit they just did?
Yes.
That's what Crimson can do.
You can just get the hell out.
You can just hit the... You can just hit the bricks. They're going to be hard to keep up with in an F-14, admittedly.
Yeah.
But all I have to do is take down one of them.
Right. Until then, your objective is to stay alive.
If it looks bad, I will bail and save us a repeat playthrough of this mission.
But dang. With all those missiles coming at you at once, that was quite a sight to see.
Oh boy. I think there's at least 3 of them pursuing me.
Yeah, I get that feeling. Can't really get a look at most of them.
Look at that in the upper left.
Yeah. Not advised.
Yep, connecting with the guns. Alright, it's the upper left health bar down there.
Oh, I see. All
I don't...
You got a shot at him. Sure.
I don't know which one is Crimson 1.
Right.
I don't think you can actually hit him in this mission.
No, probably not.
Need to juke these missiles.
Yeah, right.
Check out the music, by the way.
No, it's very cool. It makes me feel like you're in a much more late part of the game, frankly.
Yeah. And this is just the first appearance of Crimson Squadron. You're not even meant to fight them here. You better believe they'll be back.
Yeah. And in greater numbers, or
maybe? Yeah, maybe. I forget. There's usually a lot. There's usually a lot of them.
Perhaps they're planning on moving in.
Oh, shit.
Shit!
Okay, we're
Nicely
good.
done.
Oh, that was scary.
Oh boy.
Let me just do this. Son of a bitch is deliberately flying low. Oh, there he goes. Whoa.
I mean, it's awfully impressive. You're basically just being a Spider-Man jet at this point. Like all the stuff whizzed past you.
I may not ever actually hit him with missiles. It may take guns.
He seems like he's too fast.
He almost is.
There go his flags.
I think at a point, the way Crimson Team's AI works is that you just have to wait for an opening.
Yeah.
And they won't let you hit them until you get that opening.
They actually need to make a mistake.
All right, I hit him with a little more gunfire there.
That's good. That's good. Chip away.
Whoa.
Felt that one.
Yeah, it was a sonic boom that time.
Oh, that's cool.
You can hear them when they pass close enough to you. Hey, thanks for the bits, Breezy.
I don't know. I have to figure out how those bits work. Do you have like a PayPal attached to this, I guess?
There, that was a good hit.
Nice. Just about.
A little more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm actually going to hit him with a missile.
No.
Got to do this old school.
Yeah. Some fucking assault.
Too close for missiles. Switching to guns.
Yeah. Putting away guns, getting out knife.
This is.
You're going to attempt to stab and/or bludgeon other pilot.
Yes, missile hit.
Oh, incredible.
He's got a little more left in him.
Yeah. Make him regret that.
Damn. I think he used his AOA.
Yeah. That was a rather sudden change in direction.
Yeah, they can do that.
Yeah.
Got him.
Ho ho ho! Nice.
See, look at that. He's like, wait, we actually almost lost a guy?
Yeah. Coke. That's Coke.
Monarch, RTB before they get any funny ideas.
What the hell, Monarch? Since when do you fight like that?
Must have missed
What do you mean? Since
the
always.
academy. Now let's go while we have the window.
Yeah.
Unless you're planning on dying alone out there, RTB ASAP.
Yeah, reminder, every other friendly plane bailed when the Crimson Squadron showed up.
Oh, they did. Yeah, I know.
That was just us
Yeah.
against an 8-man elite squadron.
Your efforts in this operation
It was definitely
were
exciting.
certainly commendable, if not by my mark. But the fact you garnered attention from
Sorry to
the
cut this
peace
short, man,
force-
but like, I think my back's starting to give out. I can only
Peacekeeping
sit down
squadrons
for
are
so
called
long,
in by
sadly.
the
Oh,
forces
fuck.
absolutely locked
Well,
Yeah,
that was
sorry
that was a
about that,
high
man.
point to end on, I think.
They are usually made
Yeah,
up of
no, that was
Federated
cool.
pilots and Federation
Introducing
expertise.
motherfucking Crimson
This
Squadron.
is the
It means we'll
peacekeeping
definitely
squadrons
get to
specifically made watch
mission
Cascadia.
11 next time. I think.
I would think so, yeah.
Crimson 1 has become
That was like
something of a
watching
poster boy
6,
for the
7?
Federation Air Force.
That was
It is not
mission
without merit. He's what many
gone.
consider to be the top ace
That was
in the world.
mission 6.
We can only hope that their
Right,
arrival
dig
in
it.
the
Yeah,
country
getting to
doesn't
11 should be
disrupt
easy
further
enough.
operations.
Sorry, it's this new
In
thing
any
I got where I
case, cargo strike and
even if I'm not
military
doing anything, if I either
country,
sit or
coinciding
stand
with
too
similar
long, my
efforts
back starts.
theater-wide has hastened the
That's a
Federation
gas.
offensive.
I'm on the mend.
Yeah. Do you hear Galaxy, by the way? Crimson 1 is possibly the world's top pilot. And we just sent
Wow.
his squadron running single-handedly.
Good. Top pilot for now.
Yeah. There will be a reckoning.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got to sit through the briefing for the next level first.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Or I
Let's
could,
just know what to look
or I
forward
could,
to.
I could skip it and replay it the
That's
next
all
time.
right. This would be a nice place to
This
finish.
is your
This is
mission
good.
effective immediately.
Want to check it out?
A few hours ago, the remnants of Cascadia
Oh, this is a cool level.
was able to board and raid
Oh, nice.
a Federation battleship, which ran a little too close to Cascadia's northern coasts.
We've captured a Federation
Christened
warship.
it as the Eminent
Ooh.
Domain. The Eminent Domain is a new battleship used by the Federation Navy. Equipped with top-of-the-line armament and an electronic warfare suite, it stuffs most of the utility of an entire battle group into its hull. The Independence Force are deploying resupply and escort ships to them ASAP, however, they need air support. We have the means to repair it and gain intelligence from disseminating whatever info we can from its computers, but it is imperative that it is escorted to safe harbor first. Hitman, take off immediately. Dismissed.
Whoa, short briefing.
When I'm a mercenary, I still end up fishing. Come on, Monarch, let's go.
I mean, you know, that's the situation. We got to go help out
It is what it is.
our newly captured warship.
Dig it. I
Oh,
wonder what plane will serve you well this time.
well, we can always take a look before
Yeah,
you
yeah.
before you head off.
Yep.
But first, a little bit of lore. So that was
I gotta
mission
stand up.
6. Yeah, go ahead and stand up.
Yeah, maybe have Scum put me in the sharpshooter. Think of something.
After Calamity Era 2. I think that's in world entries. The adaptation of survivors after the calamity and the subsequent long cold necessitated a certain amount of resourcefulness and survival tribal instinct within humanity. One could say that this has extended the several hundred years to modern times. With the research and development of energy utilities that could take advantage of the easily available geothermal deposits, the first political relationships prior to and after year 0 and into the AC era were based around who had access to these energy veins.
Makes sense. I gotta say, air pollution's gotta be at an all-time low, though.
Yeah, I don't think they use conventional combustibles in this universe. I think it's all geothermal and cordium based. Although cordium comes with its own hazards.
I'm sure cordium might have some residue that's not great, but it's gotta be better than lead and petrol. Seriously.
Probably.
There's like an entire generation of people who are now slightly angrier and dumber than they need to be.
Have a good night, Rex, if you're still there. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Cordium mining. Cordium, due to its volatile nature, is difficult to mine for. However, due to modern necessity, it is a necessary labor for much of the energy producers in the world. The most efficient methods are derived from offshoots of deep oil drilling methods, and seeing great industrial rigs over magma and geothermal fields is not uncommon nowadays. In the aftermath of the loss of solstitium, cordium mining guidelines are stringent and are among the few pieces of rules that the Cascadian government and the Federation maintain jointly.
You know, that's probably really solid of them, because if you decide to do, like, for example, blast mining with cordium, you might start, like, another world event that just hurts everyone. So I'm glad they managed to come to an agreement with that.
Yeah. Let's see. A note about the Apodoc fracture, where we were just fighting.
Nice. It reminds me of what they call the door to hell or the hole to hell.
Yeah. One of the more stable fractures within Yellowstone, it accounts for over a quarter of Cascadia's own dedicated local energy generation.
Well, props to it then.
Yeah. Let's see. A note about Crimson Squadron.
Oh, yes.
Let's see. That's should be in here. Where is that in? Is that under pilots? It is under pilots. Here we go. Peacekeeper Crimson Squadron.
Peacekeeper.
Yeah, that's what that is what they fucking
know.
call their.
I know what people mean by it. It's just always.
Yeah, it's always a loaded term.
Yes.
Cascadia's Peacekeeper Squadron, led by Crimson One, they are the elite among the elite, even among the Peacekeepers. Brutal, without mercy, Crimson One's pure devotion to the Federation reflects in how they have conducted themselves in battle. It is, in Crimson One's theory, a demonstration of the might of the Federation.
Unambiguously the Reds.
Crimson One is, for lack of a better term, a fucking nut job. And
I wondered about that. They're one of those calm nut jobs.
And that it will become more apparent later why.
Right, gotcha. A certain amount of devotion to a cause, I feel like, carries that with it.
Yeah, like he's an absolute fanatic.
Like, I realize that, like, you and your guys, you know, you're doing this stuff and blowing up all this shit for money, but there's a real sense of it being for money. I don't get the impression that Monarch is like, yes, you know, my life for Cascadia so much.
No,
they might be. We don't know, but
we can only guess at Monarch's motivations.
I think that's probably good. The same thing means we can speculate, but we don't know what Gordon Freeman's thinking. Is he desperately trying to survive and, you know, killing soldiers as a last resort, or is he avenging his scientist buddies through tears of rage? We don't know. We don't need to know.
Let's see. A note about the Peacekeepers in general. It's probably in world entries. Actually, where is that? Let me check. Oh, it's under factions.
All right.
Federation Peacekeepers. The Federation maintains across most major Federation member states native-born elite squadrons, set up as prime examples of Federation service to their respective nations. They are otherwise among the best of the Federation's pilots. Sent across the world striking mercenary outposts and pirate threats, their appearance over the skies of the periphery means the total domination of any resistance against the Federation. Yep.
Sign of a good government.
Sure. Was that
so
the
what's
last
that?
file?
You didn't pay for Photoshop? We're sending out bombers.
Let's see. Cordium Mining, the Apodoc Fracture, Peacekeepers, and Crimson Squadron. Yep, that's it for the files.
Fantastic.
We can look at what planes are available for the next mission, if you wish.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's see. Available starting from Mission 6. Machine of the Mantle. The Harrier.
Seems really small in comparison, but I bet it's great.
Compared to the F-14, sure. I don't know that I ever actually used the Harrier. But it is available now, if you wish to see that in action next time.
Oh, yeah, quite possibly. It looks like fun.
That's it. That is the only new plane.
Oh, well, all right. Please yourself then. I was very fond of that one used for the bombing run, but I feel like it's not good for most missions.
The F-14?
No. The I think.
Oh, you mean the
Russian ones? Yeah,
yes, the SK-25.
Yeah.
It's very good for the missions it's introduced in. I would think not so much for pretty much any mission after that.
It might have actually been worse than the F-14 for that last one, because it's not as wide in the fuselage, but Jesus, it's... Oh, no, the F-14 still worse.
Yeah, the F-14 has an enormous wingspan. But as you saw, we did not actually have to fly into those extractors, so...
Yes, that's good. because I mean, it looked like you had to, and I mean, I wasn't getting a great calculation on it, but I did think the F-14 would actually fit. Like, even
Uh,
if you lined it up real good, it just didn't seem like it'd quite be physically possible.
I'm happy we did not have to test it either way.
You know what? Yeah, mysteries like this run like rivers throughout the universe.
It's like
I've subscribed to it. We need to know everything about everything.
But if you'd like to take a break,
Of course.
this would be a good stopping point, as any.
This works. I hope we can pick this up again sometime.
I hope so too.
Relatively soon.
Relatively
sooner
soon.
Sooner than the 2-year gap we took.
It was only 1 year, but still.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. This one was 2.
Let's see. If we really want to know, I can check my channel real quick. Let's see.
The older you get, the more you lose your perception of time.
The Chaos and Lex Postmortem podcast was uploaded, let's see, September 22nd of 2022.
Oh, that's a huge relief. Okay.
It wasn't as bad as you might have
It
believed.
wasn't as bad as I thought. For some reason, I thought it was 2 years ago. Jeez.
Yeah.
Keep up. Anyways. I will see you next time. This was really fun. Thanks for having me.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah. I can, even knowing all the plot twists, I can imagine myself buying this game on special, breaking out the joystick to give it a whirl.
That would be the way to do it.
I think so. Anyways, I'll catch you on the flip side. Stay
All
cool.
right.
Later.
Have a good one, Lex.
Always do. Is that? Don't know how to.